to tell you about the user manual. And this is sort of outlined. Now the table of contents is all hyperlinked. Like you can go to a particular thing like organizing your work. If you well, I said it's hyperlinked and it's not. Oh, there it is. Finally, it came back. So, all right. So if I go back. Yeah. So if you go to one of these and then hover over the topic, you can, when it turns into the hand, you can switch to that topic. So here's a bit about Carlson software in general. Here is the command reference for the say the points menu. Talks about here's a published control. You can search the published control and add those into your Carlson points as well, from the NGS data library. So all of that's there. Now, there's no button on each page to go back. You'll just have to, go back up to the table of contents, but that links you into those sections. So that makes it a little bit helpful. But as you see, there's a couple of things that we're going to start talking about. A little bit of the structure of the interface, and then we're going to talk about some settings. And it's going to be, even though there's only like, why is that not? There's something. Let's see if there's. No, it has nothing to do with that. Some of these. That linking is real sluggish and it's missing on some of them. But anyway, if we look at these settings, it's really only just like one little page here that talks about how to get to them. But we're going to spend a good bit of time talking about them because they have such important ramifications on how they control the software. And some things are not like you should set them like this and then not change them. That's not the case. They're available to be set whichever way you like them to have a different effect. And you need to understand what those effects are when we talk about those. And we'll get a pretty good introduction to that. But then when you come back and look at those settings, and we start talking about these important concepts, which points is a big one for the surveying world. Now, you can use this software without ever using the first Carlson point if you want to. Most surveyors, though, work in points. We're all familiar with that. We know what a coordinate point is. Engineers, on the other hand, and I've done entire, pretty good sized projects. I've done with, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I've done, some pretty good sized projects without using points at all, because I draft my my base geometry, based on drafting tools. Whereas I had a guy I worked with once before years ago that he couldn't draw a square, but he could draw up a point, and then he could traverse his way around by turning 270s and going the same distance, and he would traverse his way around the square. And then when he was done, he knew he had a square. Me, I would click a corner and go diagonally and click the opposite corner. But either way, that gets it done. And there's nothing wrong with using points. And we certainly want to use them as a surveyor when we're out in the field. That's how we collect the information to come back in the office. And once we're back in the office, excuse me, it's a matter of, do we sit and play connect the dots from our notes, or do we have field to finish do the line work for us? And we'll talk about that when we get to it. And then we're going to talk about this surfaces and contouring, the terrain modeling part. And there's a little bit of background on it. You see it's page 18, then 19, and then 21 talks about the process that is used to generate surfaces. And so you can see right here, He goes from page 18 to page 24. Well, even really just to 21. Whoops, sorry about that. He goes from 18 to say 21. So 3 pages to sort of synopsize what, in a lot of places are a full college class that, at least a semester's worth of education on how to do this terrain modeling, the triangulation. So it's a little, it's a lot condensed, but it gives you the highlights and the basics of what you need to know. And then we'll go through there, and you see the little red ones are these little exercises. They're the ones we're going to jump into and do. Now, these are all ones we're not going to spend a tremendous amount of time going through there. And in fact, this exercise, putting it all together, will probably leave at least parts of it for you to do on your own after the class. But this will give us this business of the terrain modeling, because then we're going to go into the next part of the instruction, and we're going to now get into the survey specific design exercises, raw file editing, SURVNet processing, field to finish, and then deed processing, coordinate geometry, and lot nets, and some different things there. Okay, so that's the idea. So these red lines are the exercises, and they start, if you go to, I'll just click on this edit process raw file. You see it's listed here. It gives you a little background, and then it takes you through the actual procedures, step 1, step 2, step 3, with which files to load up and all that. So it gives you a nice little way to go back and forth, as you study this on your own as well. Now you get to the end of those exercises, and there's a full command reference starting here on page 78. And you notice there's a file, edit, view, draw, inquiry. Sorry, I keep hitting that business there. Let's go back to there. So the file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points menus. Now, those menus are common to every one of Carlson's modules. They're all the same, whether you're running construction, whether you're running the mining software, civil, hydro, GIS, survey. It doesn't matter. They all have those general menus: file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. The survey module, then, when you're in the survey module, the next menu that you're going to see after points is going to be called survey. And that's going to start these, and it goes through and shows you, what the commands are. And then it, outlines them, explains them. Now, there's a couple of other things to notice about the manual here as well. You're going to see some of these commands are going to be highlighted, bold, and in a red font. And all that means when you see that is that this is a command that is, particularly useful if you do that type of thing. You may not ever use point clouds. Okay, so this Carlson, it's not point cloud, but cloud computing, where you can store your data and you can get, blocks and things like that from other users out in the Carlson community. It's a cloud-based internet system, and it also lets you have somebody in the office can then, through this command, Carlson Cloud, you can communicate to crews out in the field. If they're using the Carlson, well, it used to be called SURVE-CE, is now called SURVE-PC, and a laptop with that software. So you can transfer data files, coordinates, and have a chat window, etc., to talk to the field crews, and they can come back in. It's all done over the internet. And then edit process raw data. If you use raw files, if you're doing traversing, that's where you're going to do your traverse balancing and all of those. And we'll talk about those when we get to them. But that's the way these structures are done. So here's that particular module. Field to finish, deed reader. Notice there's some others. Here's process deed file versus deed reader. Field to finish inspector. It's a command there, not used very often in my opinion. And like I said, when you see this red boldface, that means I have found these to be helpful and, kind of good tools. Doesn't mean these other commands are not good. It's just the ones that I say I don't really use these that often. And these are the ones that I do. And so that's the way that's structured. And so that's going to run through each of those menus, and it's going to go all the way down through, the end of the software. Here's an example of the 3D visualization. So it gets all the way down to the end of the manual, and it's finishing up the last of the, which menu would that be from? The GIS menu in the survey module. Okay. So those are the specifics, and we'll go from there. There's one other thing on these general menus, boy, I just don't know why. All right, let's go to that one. So you can see some of the commands that are on these menus, and like here, the edit menu is one of the big ones, where this contains both standard CAD tools like move, copy, trim, rotate, etc., as well as these Carlson enhanced variations of those same editing tools, or even some things that aren't found in the CAD system at all. But those variations, I had a guy in a class once that called those Carlsonifications. So if it's a command like move, copy, trim, or rotate that's a standard CAD tool, you're not going to see it in this list here. If you look over here on this little picture, you see on the edit menu that's pulled down here, there's undo, redo, clipboard commands, erase by selecting, erase single, erase last. See, those not there. And the very first command you're going to see is erase by layer. And that's the first one here. That's Carlson's variation on the erase tool. And these are some, again, you see a lot of really strong tools over here. Erase by layer, I use all the time. Some people never use it, never know it's there. But close polyline, erase outside. So these are all things to do and take note of. So if it's not in this list, it's most likely it's because it is a standard CAD tool. And, all of those are, of course, available from the help system. And if it's red and boldface, that means it's probably a fairly useful tool. It's one that I found just in my experience that is fairly useful. Okay. The file menu, like new, open, close, those are your typical CAD dialogues. And then you get into that project pull right, and that's the first time you start to see some of those. Okay. Drawing cleanup, very powerful command. It's on the file menu. Most people never see it, never even suspect that it's there. But and we'll take a look at it. Once you see over here, it does all of these things that can all be done individually with the other commands, but it's a nice place that does it right in one spot for you. So if you got a lot of these kind of things to have to clean up, it lets you do that from this one control. Okay. And there's some other kind of little useful, handy, if you will, tools that you can use here with this, for instance, is set elevations outside of range to 0. If you turn that on, hit the scan drawing button, it will read you the minimum and maximum elevation of things in your drawing. And you can use that to see if you get like a really bad, a huge negative number, or a number that's like 50,000 feet up in the air, something somewhere has a bad elevation on it. And so you can use that just as a check to see. And you can also, if you go ahead and hit OK, after you do that with this checked on, it will take those things that are at those wacky elevations and it won't erase them. It just simply makes their elevation 0 so that they're not going to throw off any kind of surface modeling. So you don't have a giant peak or a well in your data. Okay. So that's the basic structure of the book, how you can work it. I'm going to go back to the upfront pages here and talk about this bit. You guys can all read about this. Actually, this 30 years is now getting close to 40 years. Wow. I need to go back and edit my document, but yeah, I've been doing this since 1983. So yeah, I guess that is 40 years exactly. So, all right. But anyway, the key thing here is my email address here. And of course, you have emails from me now, which also include my phone number. And what I am pointing out about that is this. Because you have signed up and taken these classes from us at IMSoft, you now have access to that, for tech support, any kind of questions you may have, even if it's something that we didn't go over in class. If you've got an issue with something, how do I do this, or what's wrong with that, or what's going on here, send me an email, give me a call, and you've got access to me as well as you do to Carlson Software. And Carlson Software is still free technical support, and they're pretty good about it. Sometimes it takes a while not too long, but it might take a day or two for somebody to get back to you with an answer, but they're really good about that as well. Although here's the other key thing that you might want to consider coming through us first is that, again, I've got, as it says up here, 30 and now actually 40 years of experience. And I've been doing this a long time with a lot of different pieces of software. The old C&G survey, Eagle Point, all the Bentley, the Intergraph, the Bentley, the MicroStation, En-ROADS, which is now, Open Road Designer and Open Site Designer. I've done this with AutoCAD from day one, back before AutoCAD was even a commercial product. I was in some of the early beta testing of that, and all the way up through Civil 3D. Was certified instructor for Autodesk in Civil 3D as well as for Bentley in the En-ROADS days. I had since sort of let that drop before it went on to the Open Roads side of that picture, but I use it all the time with my own work and my own practice. So, and I'm not, not patting myself on the back there, but I just want you to know that when you call tech support at Carlson, sometimes you're going to get a programmer to answer a question. Now, they know how those commands are coded and they know how that stuff works real well and real deeply. And I don't necessarily know everything about what's going on under the hood there. However, I know the process of what you're going through. I know what it means when you say, I'm trying to do a 3-point resection here, or I'm trying to, I want to establish, a point that's at a particular offset to something. Can I use this as an alignment versus 2D versus 3D? So I know all of the engineering and surveying side of that, whereas Carlson's going to have more of the actual code development side. So use that and keep that handy, and don't be bashful about asking about questions. Now, I will caution you, or not caution you, but just let you know that sometimes, if it gets into something like, hey, I've got this giant project and I need you to show me how to do this step by step by step, and if it gets into what would be, multiple days worth of consulting, at that point, we'll stop and talk about, you having your company maybe hire IMSoft as a sub-consultant on the project, maybe bill it through the project or whatever makes sense. But if it's anything like half a day to a day or something, it's just free. It's included with the fact that you are now a IMSoft customer. So keep that part handy, and don't be bashful. Ask when you have questions. In fact, I had a guy yesterday, 2 days ago, that called me that was in a class of mine several years back. He's now moved out to Colorado. He's working with a new company, and said it's been 3 or 4 years since he was in a class. And Jim, yourself here in our little group, Jim's been in some of my classes before years ago. So, please keep all that stuff at hand and use it accordingly. Okay. So now the rest of this is just some typical, like, the little number, you're going to see these little symbols, what they mean, like what if one is IntelliCAD only, if one's AutoCAD only. These are useful to watch for. If you see a little light bulb, that's a little tip or a trick. That's a good idea. Not really a requirement. There's another one that has a little notepad, which means that, that's an important concept. And then, take note of this. So that's a little bit more stressed than the light bulb. The light bulb is more, hey, just a good idea. So to keep that in mind. The notebook means, jot this down if you need to. The rest of these are this explains how the formatting of the text will be, particularly in the exercise sections. You'll see them like this, but they'll make sense. There's no need to even study them. A little bit here, a bit about Carlson and some things in general. I'm going to synopsize for you what we're talking about here. You can read this on your own, but the way Carlson works as a software is it's really just running the CAD system. Okay, it's running AutoCAD or it's running IntelliCAD, and it's producing things in a DWG drawing file, but it's doing so by coming to us and asking us for some input information. It says, okay, tell me what you need, and you fill out the form, you hit okay, and then it goes behind the scenes and it generates and runs all of the necessary CAD commands to do what it is you're trying to do. Okay. For instance, there is no AutoCAD command that says, hey, make this a centerline alignment. AutoCAD says, hey, I guess you want me to draw a polyline. You're going to draw some figures and connect them up together. Carlson, on the other hand, is going to do that same thing, but it's going to ask you, okay, what radius on your curves? Do you want things to be tangent or not? And it keeps track of the fact that what is really just a polyline, it puts an extra little piece of information on that polyline that says, you know what, I'm also an alignment. I'm a road, or I'm a sewer alignment, or a water line alignment, something like that. And so it triggers other actions based on that. But again, at the end of the day, all you have when it's all said and done is just a drawing file. It's a DWG file, and you have drawn elements in that file. And here's another thing that's actually going to start to change in the coming years, but it was a development decision that Carlson made early on, and that is that when it does these things like create center lines or create a surface file for a terrain model or a profile for a roadway or for a sewer line, it still, in the drawing, it's just drawn line work, and it stores all of the actual definition of that, of what went into create that line work. It stores those in external files that are used behind the scenes as we go through our work. And what that allows is you to share this drawing file with anybody else, and they don't have to have, for instance, Civil 3D to run this file. Jeff, you've probably experienced that, if you're using if you generate those things in Civil 3D, like an alignment or a point or a parcel or a surface, somebody else will get your file and they can't use that information unless they have Civil 3D and specifically your same version. So this is sort of a decision that Carlson made, that everything is just going to be, at the end of the day, really just the basic standard entities in a CAD system, just line work and text and blocks and things like that. Okay. But it does it all in a way that, you'll see as we go through it, everything is all very wrapped up and kept civil in survey in nature. So that's really all that's going on behind it. And it's insulating the user from having to know what all those CAD commands are to get their work done. Okay. That's really all that sort of talks about there. And now, Kevin, you mentioned about some ideas about how to organize and save your files. And here's where we're going to talk about that in a bit. And here I'm on page 4 of the manual, and it says, it shows you how this work is organized. And you see this little box up here. This is general modules. This is from the ribbon interface. And it shows these individual Carlson modules. The one that looks like a total station on a tripod, that's the survey module. The one that looks like a road disappearing into the background, that's the civil. The rain cloud is the hydro. The earth with the little search magnifier, that's GIS. It'll either be this symbol or an AutoCAD red A, and that will switch you out of the Carlson menus into the standard CAD menus. Not really used much, but it's there if you need to. And then all of these above it, these are the mining tools. You've got the surface mining, underground mining, etc. There's I forget what it's, natural regrade is what this one is. Shows the lake and the mountains and the sky in the back. It's a real powerful, in-depth, and I think very complex system that is used for large, like hundreds, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of acres worth of mined land reclamation. And it does so by trying to restore the land to its original condition and not just, grading things off flat, tabletop flat and with long continuous slopes. It's a really great little system, but it's one that I don't have a lot of experience with. But anyway, so all of those are the mining commands. And then the ones above that are your typical, like there's a construction module, geotechnical, and this one here is called CADNet. And then some of the field, there's a field menu that runs a little field collection inside of Carlson. So if you're running this on a laptop or a tablet computer, you can actually take it out in the field and collect your data with your computer as a data collector. So those are there. But we're going to be staying mostly in the survey module, but that's sort of how to get back and forth between those. And you'll see all that when we get to it. And this basically just explains that. Now, and it's also available not just from this ribbon or from the toolbar, but from the settings menu. And that's what this is showing here. It's coming from the settings menu, and you come down to Carlson menus, and there you see survey, civil, hydrology, GIS, geotech, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. And all this does is when you run those, remember I told you that every module has file, edit, view, draw, inquiry, settings, and points. So when you choose a different module, those menus are still going to stay the same all the time. And you're going to see the menus from the right of the points menu. That's where they're going to change. And that'll tell you what menu or what subsystem you're in. It won't label it. For instance, the civil module, this menu is called 3D data. So it doesn't tell you, what module you're in, but you'll recognize it from the menus that are up. Okay. So now here is where we're going to talk about organizing our data. And right now it comes out of the box with this default condition that is set to save all of your data to the drawing folder. So whatever folder on your computer that the drawing lives in is where, by default, all of these files that are going to be generated and opened and closed and loaded and saved, by default, it's going to start in that folder. Now you can put them in any folder that you want, anywhere along the way. There's nothing that prevents you from putting it anywhere, but we have 3 particular models to use. We have this thing called a project folder. We have the drawing folder, and that's the default condition, the drawing folder. And we have a fixed folder. Now, the fixed folder is old. That's way back in the days when, Jim, you first got your version, is you told it what folder to stick your data in, and it was usually in a folder called SCAD or SCAD data. SCAD stood for SURVECAD in those days. And everything went into that folder. It didn't matter what project you're working on, what client you're working for, everything went into that one single folder. In the interim beyond that, they went to this a little bit more flexible drawing folder, which again is the default. And that's what we're going to keep ours set to for the class, just so we're not chasing things all over the place. But that is wherever the drawing lives, whatever folder that's in, that's where our data is going to go and where we're going to look for things. With the exception of, there's going to be some things like settings that are going to store out globally in a settings folder. They can even live on a network drive somewhere, so you can share them in the office. But this project folder setup is really this nice organizational tool. And if any of you guys have any experience with what became Land Development Desktop, it started out as the old Softdesk software. The ADCAD then became Softdesk. It originally was, even before ADCAD, it was called DCA, which stood for David C. Arnold. He was an engineer up in Henniker, New Hampshire. His folks wrote a bunch of Lisp routines. This is way back in the early 80s or mid 80s, I guess, mid to late 80s. And anyway, it became a very, very popular software. And then Autodesk got wind of it. They bought the company out and turned it into this product called Land Development Desktop. And they were doing other things like architectural desktop and steel, all of their little desktop days. And that became a very popular software among surveyors in particular, because it really worked well. People understood it. And then they tried to come out with Civil 3D, and they tried to get everybody to switch to Civil 3D. And Civil 3D was just such a nightmare, particularly for surveyors, that they had planned to retire the Land Development Desktop at one particular year, and they wound up having to keep it going for almost 15 years beyond its planned retirement date, because they couldn't get the clients to give it up. So anyway, that being said, it was set up much like the Eagle Points and all these other software you may have seen, where you have a list of folders that you tell it where particular types of data are going to go in these particular folders. So this lets you build a list of folders, and it starts off here with this one called project, and that's just a placeholder. It's whatever name of the project is. So wherever you store your files on your computer or on your network, that might be the client's name or the client's project's name. And then underneath there, you've got, in this example, alignments and profiles, DWG files. other, and I've got deliverables and PDFs. You might have contract documents. It doesn't have to be Carlson data, even at all of that. So you build this structure, and then you assign the different data types that Carlson generates to go into these particular, in this particular folder. So the nice thing about this is whenever you start a new project, you just identify the project name, and it goes out to the computer or to the network or wherever, and it creates this entire folder structure. And also, if you already have that folder name the same as this project, it will not get rid of things you already have. It just will add these folders into that structure if it needs to, or if it finds some of these subfolders also the same, it just leaves them alone, but it knows where to put these in. It's a real handy way, particularly in large organizations. If you got people from multiple offices and they're not sure where, oh, hey, I've got to go and, I've been working in the Pittsburgh office, but I got to go over and work in the Philadelphia office on a project for a couple of weeks. I don't know where they keep their files, but if you're all using that same structure, then, that's a way for people to be familiar with where things are going to be. All right, so we'll see how you set that up. But again, for the purpose of the class, we're going to stick with the drawing folder model, just to keep things self-contained and we're not chasing things around. It's a really, really nice system, though, to have that in place. Okay. And then we'll see this, because this is where you assign all of the different data types that Carlson generates. Here's civil and survey, and you can see up here's like item number 10 is a CRD file. It's a coordinate file, and it's going to go in whatever the project name is, data points. My center lines are going to go whatever the project, data, alignments, and profiles. Whatever those folders are, and you just pull this down and you choose from this list that you build over here. Okay. So that's there. But a really nice thing about this is, even if you're not using this system, you can go temporarily back to your settings, turn this on like this, and then go to the, go down here to the, you build this stuff, and then you choose this project subfolder setup, then you go to the data type subfolders, and that's going to bring this up. This is where you assign the data types, and you notice these extensions, and they're all alphabetically sorted, and that's where you would assign those to particular data. But let's say I'm not doing it, but I just switched that on and said, okay, I'm going to do something here, because I found a DIT file that I don't know what it is. So I'm going to look at this, and there's about 215 of these. I don't remember how many total really now, and I can just scroll down here and find, and these are extensions on the file name. So if I see a DIT file, I don't know what it is, but I look over here and I say, that's a template ditch definition, or here's my EW, it's an earthwork end area. FCL is my feature code list. Okay, so that's a short, quick and dirty way to identify, and this list scrolls way down, but that's a way to identify what type of file that is. Even if you're not using that system, it's a nice little thing to sort of keep in your hip pocket. All right. Then this next section, what's on the menu, general versus modular. We talked about that briefly earlier. File through points, those are our general menus, and it just, what's here is just a statement or two about what's on those particular menus. Okay. The draw menu, draw commands, inquiry, a lot of good things there with the inspectors and such. Settings is very important from time to time, although once you've got things up and running, you'll probably, get everything optimized and then just leave them at whatever they're set to, because they'll stick and you don't have to keep changing them. And then the points menu, that's where you're going to, excuse me, you'll be doing a lot of work out of the points menu and out of the edit and the draw menu. Whereas inquiry, not so much. Settings, pretty heavy until you get things like you like them, then you don't visit it much. But then the modular menus are after the points menus, and that shows you here the different modules. Here's the survey module, the civil module, hydrology, GS. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm running out of voice here already. So these show you just the names of the different menus that are to the right of the points menu. It doesn't say much about them here. That's later in the command reference, okay? And now we're going to talk about settings and see how they work, and they're pretty important to understand, particularly these in the general settings category. Okay, so we'll see where they work. There's a note here at the bottom. Let's see, not that. So where is it? Oh yeah, on the next page. This is on page 12. Now this won't apply to any of you with the AutoCAD version. It only applied to the IntelliCAD version in Jim. As far as I understand now, they have resolved this, but it's a little thing to point out, that there was a setting here that used to say LUPREC as its default value. And that means linear units precision. That's basically how many decimal points to display in things like these point elevations or what have you. And if you see, like up here, it says 379, it says 200, but there's no 0.00. That's because of that error, is what it was doing. And the LUPREC, that linear units precision, that's a system variable that AutoCAD has. IntelliCAD didn't have it implemented in the early days of IntelliCAD. But it also would not throw up an error. So they acknowledged it, but they didn't use it. But Carlson programmers had preset this value to LUPREC, and it had no meaning. And it just stripped off all of the decimal points on things like elevations and such. Okay, coordinate value, northing and eastings as well. So you had to change that to 2. So that particular thing, and there's again that little notepad said it's an important item to note, although I think that's all now been resolved. Okay, so starting back here with the settings, we're going to take a look at this. There is this settings explorer, and I'll show you where this is as well. Some people like doing their settings through this interface. I'll be honest with you, I don't do it much, but it's a great way to see everything in the system all at once, and you can drill your way down into all these different things. You can apply filters and do searching, et cetera, et cetera. And that's through that settings explorer. But all of those things are set individually with these commands like up here and other individual commands on the settings menu. So let's talk about what they do, and we're going to do it. And finally, yay, drum roll, we're going to get to run the software. Okay. So if you will, if you haven't already, go ahead and load up your Carlson survey, or if you've got, like me, the civil suite that will have the module. And let's get it running, and then we'll talk about where these folders live and how we're going to work on things. Okay. So now is everybody comfortable getting up? You see this screen, you know how to work this screen. Is that okay? I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but we can if we need to.
Jim speaking here.
Yep.
Can you help me get on that screen?
Yeah, you just run this, just double click your software, your Carlson software over on your other screen. Jeff, you're good. I see that. Good, Gio.
Right there.
Yeah, so Jeff, I mean, Jim, I can't see your screen, but you know that icon, that 2023 icon that we installed? Just double click it and it will eventually come to this screen.
Ken, mine just goes right to like a drawing one.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll show you I'll show you where that is set. Okay.
Shit. Can you see that, Ken?
No, Jim, I can't see your screen. I'm sharing my screen. You're not sharing yours.
Okay.
So, did you see on your other monitor, did you see that icon that the 2023 Carlson?
No. No. Uh,
Remember I pulled it off to the side out toward the middle of the empty space?
oh, here we go. The Z, yeah. Okay.
I don't know about Z. It's an icon on the desktop.
Uh, uh,
All right. All right, I'm going to stop my screen share, Jim. I'm going to have you share your screen.
okay.
So go back and hit your share screen and then click on the screen that has your icons on it and share that with, and I'll take a look at it.
That?
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen. You have to choose the screen that you want to share out of your list and then hit the blue share button in the lower right. All right, put that screen, that window, go ahead and close that window. Okay, now you see the Carlson survey, the guy sitting in the middle of the screen by himself.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Double click that.
Okay.
Now I'll watch to make sure it comes up to this screen.
Okay. So on my screen now, on my to my right, Carlson breaks new ground. Carlson status. Okay. And I see those three that you had: practice drawings, rehab, and practice drawing.
Okay, so you get that same type of a starting screen like I had, okay?
Yes.
All right, so now I will unshare your screen. I'll go back to sharing mine. So now, you got a screen like that. So up here in the middle, you're going to have these recent documents. If you just hover on them and click on them once and they'll load. Well, and you can change with these icons at the bottom. You can change how they're displayed. You can also, if you got one that you don't want to scroll off the list, you can hit this push pin over here so you can pin it into place.
Okay.
Okay, number of things. Right inside, you got a nice little news feed that comes from Carlson.
Oh yeah.
Tip of the day and all that. So good stuff there. You've also got Carlson support.
Yeah.
Base, all of those things are there. And this is, Kevin, what's probably happened on yours is somebody has checked that skip the start page next time. So we can turn that back on if you want to see it. Now, you don't have to use this screen, but it's handy, I think.
How do you turn it back on?
Yeah, well, I'll show you that when we get over
Okay.
to it. So now this other one is this drawings map. So if you do your work, a lot of you guys that are going to be like boundary based only, and Kevin, by the way, you said you're on the Western Division. Where are you working out of? What part of Maryland?
Well, our office is in Flintstone, Maryland, near Rocky Gap State Park.
Yep. Okay. So you're that way. I'm trying to, oh, shoot. Jennings Randolph Lake, you know that the Corps of Engineers lake up there?
I do. Yeah, that's not far from my home.
Yeah, so I along with like every other engineer in the world over the last 35 years has done all these alternate studies and mitigation plans to try. There's a nitrogen supersaturation problem with the water that comes down through the discharge tunnel through the spillway, and it and they're trying to raise fish. They've got a fish hatchery at the bottom, and it's, you know, when it gets bad, it kills the fish. They basically get the bends, and it bubbles their skin and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that was good stuff. I spent a weekend there camping with my son, and his friend took them fishing, and it rained. I don't think there was a dry molecule in the air the entire weekend, and it just was horrible. But in any case, so what what I was getting at in a roundabout way is, if you are using this software, if the survey files that you do, the property boundaries, all that kind of stuff, if you are, particularly if you're using GIS, you're probably have the benefit of being able to use these in a state plane coordinate system. But you know, if you're still doing the old 5,000 survey type, you know, assignment of your coordinate systems, it wouldn't do you much good. But if you have them, there's this little guy here called this drawings map, and it lets you well, why is it not? Geolocated drawing, okay, that's fine. I guess it had to index the folder there. So it's going through and it's finding things that have been done on a declared geographic coordinate system, or not a geographic, but a you know, a projection, like usually state plane coordinates in our world. And so it's going to look at all of the drawings. I think it's only going to do this once, or when you create a new drawing, you know, add it into the database. So I apologize. I didn't know it was going to stop and take take a little time. But anyway, what this allows you to do, hurry up here.
So Ken, is that splash screen, is that called like the startup wizard?
No,
No.
but that's sort of where we are.
Okay.
But it's more in the settings. So, and the startup wizard is another thing that I like to use. A lot of people turn it off. They want to do it because you can do everything the wizard does in individual commands. What I like about it, though, is the fact that it doesn't, you know, it makes sure you do everything that you need to do, so you don't accidentally forget to do something that
Gotcha.
you change later. Right, almost there, guys. I'm glad I didn't point it to my projects directory. We've been here all day to index stuff. No, Carlson. Well, it must be large. files, I'm guessing.
So you were talking about Jennings Randolph Lake. In my previous job, we were working on a project with FEMA where they had, I forget the name of the acronym that FEMA used, but it was a big collaboration where multiple states, agencies partnered on kind of what if scenarios if that dam were to fail, and
Um,
what would happen downstream, and it was not good, you know.
well, there's a piece of software actually called Dam Break, I think is
Wise, DSS Wise, I think they were using.
yeah, I think, well, I mean, this Dam Break software, DAMBRK, and you know, it ran on a mainframe and stuff, but that was developed down at Virginia Tech when I was a student there. And they used that for some of those early uh, I guess geotechnical assessments of those earthen dams. And it would also do that. Of course, now, you know, they got things like HEC-RAS and all that check all that. So, all right. So now let me see. One of those. I'm going to do this and see. I may get in trouble. Let me see here. If I can find it. Well, so it's going to put all of these. Yeah, these are all. For the one that no dots. Let's see. All right, so see here's my Guardian storage. So that's actually a project that I've done. So anyway, what that particular button, once you have that index built, it generates this database that you can then go and search. Like if you've got if you've got files, you know, you've got other projects that you've done in the area. It's particularly useful for you know, for boundary work, if you want to tie into another subdivision that you've done and don't know where it is. So it's sort of, you know, these are some things that I've done in this whole area here. There's a conversion file. So anyway, all in the world that I was really wanting to show there, they've changed this interface a little bit. It used to bring up its own little screen. So I think I'll go and say this. It used to bring up a map like you'd see on most typical GIS web interfaces, and you just drive around and it showed the you know, these files that it indexes, it places them on the map so you can find them. In any case, it's a way, if you do a lot of stuff and they have to be geocoded, they have to be in a state plane coordinate system. It reads all that, keeps it in that database, and then that will come in, you know, faster the next time. And it lets you go to there and then just open a file from that list. All right. But mostly we're going to pull things from this recent list, or we're going to choose open or new if we're going to make a new drawing. Okay. So if you're here, Kevin, you're fine just in drawing one or wherever you want to be. But let's choose, if you have the screen up, go ahead and choose new drawing. And now this screen is going to differ, Jeff and Kevin, from this one a little bit. It's just a different way of picking the drawing template. Okay. So You also can choose whether you're going to use a DWG or a DGN. This will actually work with MicroStation files directly. There are some limitations with that. You don't have the full strength of MicroStation. There's a certain, it's got a certain constraints on it that it can't do. But they programmed it so you can actually work with DGN files absolutely directly without converting them. And you choose to use a template, or you can just create a new drawing. So I'm going to use a template. I'll use a drawing type. I'm going to hit next. And now I select a template. And here's my default template, Carlson.dwt. And that's what means it's a template, is the fact that it has a T at the end of it. Jeff, I think you said you learned about using drawing templates. And drawing templates are nothing in the world at all but drawing files, DWG files, and the last letter of that extension has been changed to a T. Now they live in a particular folder, and we usually don't have things drawn in them, or maybe we have set up, let's say some title blocks or things like that. But we pre-build layers and line styles and text styles and things like that, settings. We pre-build and save them in that template file so we don't have to keep going back and changing those settings all the time. That's the whole point behind them. But in any case, you can hit the browse button and go out and find one, or pull this down, and this is reading from that list. So I'm going to choose, and it doesn't matter for what we're doing, just anyone's fine. I'm going to choose this Carlson NCS, let's just go with survey. Carlson National CAD Standards, that's the NCS, that's what that means down here. So Carlson National CAD Standards Survey. And I'm going to hit finish, and up it's going to come to a new file. Now, here's the drawing startup wizard, Kevin, that you were asking about. And if you don't see this, that's fine too. If you're just sitting and drawing one, perfectly fine. I'll show you where to turn these on if you want to use them. Okay. And maybe you want to use them, for the class for today and tomorrow, and then turn them back off. That's fine. But what this does is it's going to force certain behaviors, one of which is, we're going to set things up the way we want to make them work. So I'm going to choose the English settings. I'm going to be in imperial units instead of metric. So I'm going to be in 1 inch equals however many feet. And then I'm going to set right here a scale. Now I'm going to change that from 100. I'm going to make that I'm going to make it a 40 scale. Now notice what happened. Let's put it back to 100. You see these numbers over here? They're changing. So if I'm at a 40 scale, 1 inch equals 40 feet, I'm going to plot my symbols. If I don't change this number, I want my symbols to be, you see that number 0.1 and that text size to be 0.08. That's how tall it is in feet on the ground at this scale. Same thing with this, 3.2 for my text. So you're going to see this in a lot of dialog boxes. You're going to see them asking for symbol and text plot size. You'll also see plot size scalar, or you'll see text size scalar. You'll see the word SCALER. It's not AR like a vector scalar. It's scalar like something that gets scaled. And so whenever you see that plot size as a keyword, think to yourself, plotted inches. Okay, so this is 0.1 inches, and whatever this number up here is set to be as a horizontal scale, it will take care of changing this for you. Okay. And you can change this number, halfway through your drawing session. You can do all that, and then all of these numbers will change. Now, if you draw symbols and write text and do all that kind of stuff at this scale, and you've already got them done, and then you go back, oh, well, instead of 40 scale, I need to make that, let's say, 1 inch equals 10 feet. Okay, well, I'm going to keep these numbers the same because I still want 1/10 of an inch and 8/100ths for my text, but they're going to be 1 foot and 0.8 feet tall from that point forward. So what I'm getting at is, even though you can change these, when you change these, scale midway through stuff, things that have already been created stay what they were when they were created. If you change that then from 10, it doesn't magically go and change those things, but everything from that point forward will be at that new scale. Okay. Now, that's only partially true. And that is when we talk about a concept of annotative scaling. And you can do that. Carlson fully supports it. And so if you define a text style to be annotative, then it will react to you changing that scale automatically. And it will, it doesn't redraw itself. It just makes a copy of itself at that size. And that's the one you see at that particular time. Right? But we don't really have time to talk about annotative scaling very much. But we'll touch on it when we get the opportunity. All right. So let's set this up to be a particular scale. Let's call it 40 scale or whatever you want. And your symbol plot size, text plot size, remember those are plotted inches. So any kind of symbols, I want to be 1/10 of an inch. My text, I want to be 0.08. And you can change those after the fact. It's no problem. But you don't have to know what the drawing units are. You're telling the plotted inches. And then for a coordinate system, at this point, if you know that you're going to be working in state plane coordinates, you would choose one of those, or UTM, or other predefined or user-defined projections, and you could, add all kinds of these different things, some from the USA, some from, Colombia, whatever, you get the idea. And you guys as surveyors understand what those are. But we're going to mostly be, at least for the next few years, still state plane 83. And then you would choose wherever you happen to be if you're working there. If you're not working in a state plane coordinate system, then typically you would, instead of choosing this state plane 83, you would just say none, and it would still just be a local grid system. All right. And now it also doesn't hurt. Let's say if I leave this as state plane 83, Pennsylvania South, it still doesn't hurt anything, even if I'm not using state plane coordinates. Okay. And Jim, you would be Pennsylvania North, obviously. But even I can even leave this set to this, and then still work in 5,000, 5,000, or 0,0. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt anything. It doesn't magically take my stuff and shove it up into where I'm supposed to be. I still have to have my coordinates to be that. Okay. So now at this point, Kevin, you asked about the startup wizard, and if you weren't seeing the startup wizard, right here, you see that little command. Now, if you still don't see it, I'll show you where you turn this back on. But here's where you can turn this off so that this wizard doesn't come up each time. Okay. But we're going to, I'm going to leave that unchecked because, again, I like it. And here's why right now. And oh, by the way, you can put in, let's call this awesome. Oops. Awesome training. And this will be 3-456. And this is Pittsburgh. Is okay, so whatever. Now all this is right here, and you don't have to use them. Most people don't, but that just gives it some lines to print on the top of reports and such when you generate those reports. Okay. So now I'm going to hit next, and here's the reason why. Oh, it says missing drawing name. Well, gee, that's really helpful. And it knows that I missed filling the drawing name, and it goes way up here at the top, and I went right straight down into starting this stuff without putting the drawing name in. So if it don't do that, then otherwise, it still says drawing 1.ddg, and I have to remember to do a file save as. Again, nothing wrong with doing that, but here's where it is. So now I can just give this a name. But I'm going to hit the set button because I want to make sure it's going to go in the project in the folder that I want it to go in. So when I hit set, it brings this up. And there's a couple of ways here. Now, it took me when I was first using Carlson years ago. I didn't really like this. I wanted to jump out here to go browse and get my familiar Windows interface. And you can do that. Nothing wrong with that. But I've come to really like it because it does a lot of things that the Windows browser doesn't do. Like it shows you a list of recent files, no matter what folder they're in. It shows you the files in your current folder, and then it shows you any subfolders in that folder over on the right. And if you choose a particular file, now it won't do it for DWGs, but like coordinate files or surface files or things like that, or alignments, you'll get a little graphic picture, a little preview of that file so you can see what it is. Then these buttons allow you to choose a folder, you go up a level, you can use a current selected folder as your data folder, etc. Make it a favorite, all of that stuff. But again, either way you want to do it, and you can mix and match.
Ken, quick question.
Yes, sir.
How do I get to this draw to create dialog box here?
You're on this screen right here.
No, I'm on the Carlson template drawing.
Go ahead and choose OK, and you should come to this screen.
Okay. Browse.
No, just choose OK. That's bottom, or either OK.
You went to new drawing, right?
Yeah.
New drawing.
And choose DWG and by template.
Yep.
And then just down at the bottom, there should be an OK or a next.
Next.
Yeah.
Next. Yep. Carlson DWT, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then
probably next, I guess.
Finish, cancel, help,
Finish.
browse,
Finish.
finish. Okay, Carlson status, okay.
Yeah, Carlson status.
That's what it said. Now I'm at the startup drawing wizard dialog box
Or
here.
this one right here, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So from there,
Thank you.
yeah, all right. But from there, you want to set your scale. And then set your coordinate system if you're going to use one. And then it's up here in this drawing, new drawing name.
Yep.
I'm going to hit the set button, and that's where you get where I was.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep.
So now,
thank you, Ken.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So right now, if I look up here in the top line where it's my folder, I am starting in Carlson projects. And again, we'll set the starting point later where it starts. But right now, it starts in Carlson projects. That's my parent folder. I'm going to go over here on my subfolders, and I'm going to come down here and find this folder that I created for this class called 2023-08-24 survey class.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, yours is going to be MSoft training. So you're going to double click that folder out of this list on the right. You see that, Jim?
I selected the MSoft survey class folder.
Yes. And now over here on the right, did you double click it?
Yes.
Now on the right, you're going to see the data sets folder.
Yes.
Now double click that one.
Right.
Okay. Now, this is the folder where we're going to be doing most of our work, wherever you put those files on your systems. And it doesn't matter. You can put them anywhere you want, but this is where we're going to put this one. Now, you see in this window here, in the main little window, it says current folder files. These are files that are in this current folder. Now, don't do this, but if you were to select one and hit open or double click it, it's going to know that it's an existing file, but you're trying to create a new file. So you don't want to do that. It will overwrite that file. Okay, so I'm going to, instead of that, I'm going to now highlight anything that might be up here in the file name field, if anything. And I'm going to call this one simply example 1. No, that's actually a job. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to call this one, let's just call it scribbles. All right, because we're going to just do some scribble stuff. So we'll call it scribbles. I know that's not a file. And now when I hit open, it's going to fill that out as my new drawing name. And now I'm going to go back to the bottom of this dialog and hit next. And it's going to run through some settings and get everything good to go. And it comes up with one more part of the wizard. So everybody should be at this point. Everybody good?
No, I'm still at the startup wizard. I touched scribble, but then, okay, I'll back up here.
Yeah, I'm a few steps behind as well because I'm not seeing the same things you're seeing.
Yeah, Kevin, yours is probably not going to, because you went straight into that drawing one, you said?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
I'm ready to start drawing.
yeah, so hang tight on that. I'm going to show you where that gets set back and we'll go through this again so you can all get familiar with it, okay? All right, Jim, where are you? What?
I'm on the screen, but I don't see the startup wizard data file dialog box. But I'm on the screen
You
on a
type
drawing scribble.dwg. Okay.
type that in as scribble.dwg. Now down at the bottom, there's a button that says open. See it?
No, I'm on the I'm on the Carlson survey drawing. I can, and I'm defaulted on scribble.dwg. And so I got the start page, I got scribble.dwg, and I suppose that I could start drawing on this thing right now.
Yeah, go ahead and open the, I don't know. You should have come to this. All right, that's okay. Just sit there. Let me step through this. Let me explain what this does. We're going to go through this again so you make sure everybody has the same work
Okay,
here.
thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
So in our data path, you see it's now pointing to that where I called it my 2023-08-24 survey class data sets. I can change it here again, but that's what I want to use this one. It wants to know what coordinate file do I want to use now with this drawing. It can either be a new file or it can be an existing file. So I'm going to set it to be a new file, and then by default, it's going to name right down here, the next line below, the coordinate file, which is a CRD extension. It's going to name it the same as the drawing file. And again, it doesn't have to be, it can be a different name, but that's just by default. And I see this import points from, so it lets me actually go at this point, even if it's a new file, or even if it's an existing file for that matter, but I can import points from these other sources into this coordinate file that I've declared here. Okay. If I have a data collector that I've downloaded, I can bring them in. If I've got a text or ASCII file, if I have another CRD file, and it says current CRD file, which is a little misleading to me. The current file is one I've got set. It really should say existing CRD file, right? Or other CRD file is what it should say. But anyway, in any case, I'm not going to import anything into this file. Don't have any information to do yet. So I'm just saying none. So it's a new coordinate file. I've accepted the default. It's in the same place. There's my data sets, and it's called scribbles.crd. I'm going to import points from none, and I'm going to hit next one more time, and that's going to finish. And now I'm in the drawing interface, ready to start work. Okay. So that's the wizard. Now, Kevin and Jeff, if yours were not there and you would like to set them there, let me show you where you can turn these things on. If you go to the, and in fact, everybody do that so that we're going to exit and we're going to come back in and see the process. but we're gonna take a break here in just 4 minutes. We're about 30 minutes past our mid-session break, but that'll give us a chance. Now, go to settings and go. What's up, Jim?
I lost my drawing. I'm not on the page where I can actually do anything, you know?
You on this page?
No. So I hit the Z, don't I?
No, this Z at the bottom of your screen?
Yeah.
No, that's something completely different. Has nothing to do with Carlson.
Okay. That's the zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, you need the icon that looks like a pyramid.
Okay. I don't see it at the bottom of your screen is the one where you have new drawings and open files and all of that. My screen, I have the task manager, and that's about it.
Task manager?
Yeah, to my right.
Let me stop. I'm going to stop my share again, and I'm going to let you share your screen again. Show me.
Okay.
Looks like it's not running. Carlson is completely. Drag this task manager. See the title line, the title bar of that task manager window. Grab it and drag it up to the middle of the screen.
Which screen?
The one you see where it says task manager. Which look at both of your computer screens. One of them, you see that task manager on it. Jim.
Yes. Mhm.
All right, grab the title bar of it. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So now I'm looking at your applications that are running. So they're not running. Carlson's not running. Whatever reason it killed it. So now go ahead and close this window, the little X in the X. There you go. Now go back to the other screen that had that little guy with the tripod and double click it. And that will eventually get you to that start window.
Okay.
There you go. Now you can use Scribble. Go back to Scribble if you want. Oops, let's go ahead and say okay, yeah. Make sure you do. Okay, now I'm going to stop your share. And I'll go back to mine. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my, oops. I just told me I already had it up. Okay, so everybody sees my drawing now? Everybody?
You see an apple.
Let's see. You see, hang on, let me see here. Now?
No, we're still seeing like your desktop.
I know what happened. All right, so now if I go back to this, I've got to share it from the Apple side first. So now you see that.
See the manual.
Now you
There
see
you
it.
go.
Okay, sorry. All right, so here's to turn those back on. Go to the settings menu and choose Carlson Configure.
Okay.
Right. And so the first thing to look at is over here on the right-hand set of columns, there's a button 2 down that says Startup Settings. And that's where you set things like the template name. That's by default. What folder you start in, again, by default. You can always change it on the fly as you're working. And if you have stuff on a network drive and you've got like drive P for projects and you've got a folder called current jobs or whatever, that could be your starting point. You just change that and set it. IntelliCAD command switches is this, probably says /no logo for yours. That's fine.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter. And your skip splash screen might be checked or unchecked. If it's checked, you won't see that Carlson 2023 picture with the parking lot in it. If it is, that's just the starting splash screen. That's all that does. Okay. So that's
Mine's unchecked.
yeah. So that's okay for that. Now we're going to go next to the general settings. And that's the first button in the left-hand column.
Hey, Ken, I got a question. I'm at the configure startup settings, but when I click on startup settings, it doesn't, I don't get that second dialog box.
You don't get that?
No.
Look over on your other screen.
Okay, I think I'm looking at your screen there.
Yeah, can you minimize that and see?
General settings.
No. Can you minimize the screen of my screen that you're looking at? Hit the minimize button
Okay.
so it shrinks down and you might see this thing behind it.
Oh,
See it?
I'm up looking at the upper right-hand corner for the minimize button, but I don't see it.
But look, you want to minimize the screen that you're looking at. That's my screen. You want to look in the upper right of that for that minimize. You don't want to minimize Carlson. You want to minimize the one you're looking at my screen in. No.
I see Carlson 2023 launch options.
Yeah, that's it. If you see this launch options, that's this.
Yeah, I can't move that though. That's yours, isn't it?
Yeah, that's mine.
Yeah. Right now I'm on the general settings on my screen.
You're on this?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
this? All right, so if you're on this, that's fine. But I'm going to cancel that. Choose cancel at the bottom and you should come back to this configure.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, now you have two columns of 6.
Right.
So go to the startup settings, the second button on the right-hand column.
I did.
And do you get this?
No.
All right, look down at the bottom of your screen, like where you see my mouse.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you see when I hover the mouse, I get these different things. Do you have those two different icons? One that looks like a blue pyramid, the other one looks like a pink and yellow pyramid.
Yes.
Hover the mouse over the pink and yellow pyramid and click it. And that might show up on the other screen and it might be hiding behind the one you're looking at my screen on.
All right. I'm still at that configured dialog box on my screen, my right-hand screen. It's on startup settings. Yeah.
Did you click startup settings? Did you click that button?
Yes.
With the left mouse button, you clicked it once and you did not get that.
No.
All right.
Screen
Yeah, go back to your screen share. Now wait just a second. When you choose that screen share. Let me see here. Yeah. All right, go back to the screen share. And then, you know, I had you click a screen and then hit the share button.
Yeah.
I want you to click one of those screens. It should say desktop one or screen one, something. Click.
Screen one. Yeah.
Okay. Now hold the shift key down and click also on screen two. And they should both go blue.
I held it down and they both are kind of highlighted, screen 1 and 2.
Yep. And now hit the share button. Okay.
Okay, I got you. So now over on my screen, oh.
All right, I'm going to request remote control. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Where did that come from? Was that on the other screen?
Yeah, I pulled it over.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get you to find. It's been
Okay.
hiding behind the other one.
Thanks,
Okay,
Ken.
that's all right. Go ahead and choose OK. I'm going to now, again, stop that remote control. I'll go back to sharing the screen. All right, so here we go and sharing that and back to that. All right, so now go ahead and choose OK for that, Jim. So you dismiss that second dialog box and come back to this configure and choose the general settings button.
Okay.
All right. Now this is where Kevin and Jeff, if you want to see, if you didn't get that startup wizard, it's in this upper left corner that says use the startup wizard. Okay, so that's where you turn that on. Go ahead and put it on, and you can turn that off later if you don't want to use it. But choose that, then choose OK, and then choose exit. And then next we've got to find for that to get this start page, to get this to come up, where somebody might have said skip start page next time and you don't have that. To get that to come up, we have to do that's an IntelliCAD thing. And it is see if this is it. Yes, okay. So we're going to, down at the command line, I want you to type start mode, one word. And hit enter. And it should be set to on or one.
Okay, right now mine says 0.
So change that to one.
Yeah, mine says 1.
All right, yours says one. Did you get the start page, Jeff?
Yeah, I can get to there. Yeah, I have the tab for start page. Yeah.
Okay, yes, but Kevin did not. So that's why that particular variable was turned off.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And so now that should stick from there on out. Now, what I
Yep.
want you to do, now that we've got this far, we're going to take a little break so you can stretch your legs and get a cup of coffee. And we're going to come back and run through this again so you can see that process.
So I
So,
change start. I'm sorry to interrupt. I changed start mode to 0. Is that
no,
what
no. Leave it at one.
1. Okay.
Unless you don't want the start page to come up each time. If you don't want that, you can either turn that on, you can change that to 0, or at the bottom of the start page, there may be one of these little skip start page next time check boxes. There may not be on the AutoCAD version. I'm not sure.
Start mode. Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So now we've got this file on Scribbles or whatever we called it. I'm going to exit the software. I'm just going to click in the upper right hand corner of the big X to get out of my Carlson session. I'm not going to save Scribbles. I'll just say no. I'm going to go out, and now I'm out of Carlson. And it is 10 after the hour. Let's come back at 20 after. We'll take a 10-minute break here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the recording, also pause the share. And then when we come back, you'll see the share come back when we restart. Okay. Feel free to get up, stretch your legs, have a cup of coffee, smoke a cigar if you can do it in 10 minutes. Mute your mics if you don't want me to hear what's going on, but I'm going to be on my phone. So I'm going to come there. I'm going to pause, resume. Okay, so can everybody see this dialog box now?
I can.
Yes.
Okay. So now that we've got everything set up on the same deal, let's go back and start Carlson. And I'm just going to double click my icon. Your icon might be different if you just got the survey. You might have the little guy with the tripod or whatever. I've got the Civil Suite. And now you should come up to the start page, and it will look similar but slightly different on the AutoCAD versions. As a matter of fact, let me do this. I'm going to run both versions of it here and switch back and forth. So
Yeah, I don't get that initial startup screen like you do with the gray screen with all the options. Mine just goes right to the wizard.
Jim, wait,
Yeah.
you don't need to be sharing.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. So now, are you guys still seeing my screen?
I see your screen.
Okay, so now here I've got, this is the AutoCAD version. Here's my Carlson version. And so, Kevin, you're saying you don't see this? It goes straight
Weird. I'm
in.
not seeing your screen. I'm just seeing a picture of you, but no, I don't see that gray screen. I just
Oh,
have the
you
startup
don't,
wizard.
okay, I got to go back and reshare. Hold on a second. So let's share that.
Now I see it.
All right, so you don't get like that's the AutoCAD version, that's IntelliCAD. So you don't get this.
No.
All right, let me see about that. I'm gonna go to this new drawing. And
That's what I see.
it goes straight into this. Okay, so that
Correct.
new
Mhm.
drawing. All right, so let me see about changing this for you.
Yeah, I get that same thing, and I was just hitting exit.
Okay. Now, but Jeff, you do also now have the start tab at the top.
Wheel spinning. Yes, I do have the start tab. Yes.
What about you, Kevin?
Mm,
It should be right up.
I haven't gone past the startup wizard, but no, I don't see that.
Oh, go ahead and just go into a blank drawing.
Okay.
I hit
Go-
exit on the startup wizard. Is how I got there.
That's fine. Yeah. So go into drawing one. Do you have another tab?
Okay. Yep. I see it.
There's start. But now what we want to do is to get it to start with that
Right.
button. So let me see.
So that's where you start mode, or no?
No, because it start mode just allows that start tab to be there.
Ah,
I want to see if I can find start tab. Display or hide. You can. That's start mode to 1. Start tab with missing. Let me see this. No. Let's see. It's displayed by default at startup, providing easy access and blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Yeah, I now have the start tab at least. So that's farther than I was.
Yeah, but let's get it to where it's open when it starts. So just type. Press Control Home, or you can type go to start as a command, and that goes back to the start tab, but you can just click the tab. All right. All right, both of you guys down at the command line, type start mode and set it to 1.
Okay.
And then exit all the way out of AutoCAD, completely out.
Okay.
Now, double click, or no, don't double click, but find your Carlson icon, right click and choose properties. And go all the way to the right to the end of this field here where it says target. And it should end with scj start.exe quote and then state equals 17. Do you get that?
I see state equals 1, but it might just not have enough.
Just press the right arrow button.
Yeah, I'm at the end. So mine says state equals 1.
Put that on, change that to 17.
Okay.
Say okay and try that. Let's see if that does it.
I need administrator permission to change that.
You were on the shortcut tab.
Yeah. The icon that I used to launch Carlson with, and I chose properties.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have 6 different tabs for mine with the AutoCAD Map 3D.
Whichever icon that you used to start Carlson.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it should say Carlson Survey or Civil
Mhm.
Suite, whatever you have. So just right click that and choose properties, and then
Mhm.
look at this target field. Go all the way to the right, and it says state equals something.
Okay.
It says
Yeah, mine
17.
says state equals 1.
All right, put that to 17, and then
Okay.
try that. Double click that icon now after you've made that change.
Oh yeah, mine also says I need administrative permission.
All right.
I hit OK to it, and then when I went back in, it was changed. So
Oh yeah.
just a warning that didn't seem to, no backup on it.
Okay. Well, I've been trying.
All right, so when you then double click it, you still don't come to the start tab.
I get the startup wizard again, just like we were. I assume I can either open recent or exit or browse.
You get this.
Correct.
All right. Let's see. If we look at before we do, let's go to settings, Carlson configure, startup settings. Yeah, nothing there.
What are we trying to do? Get rid of this startup wizard from showing up?
No, it should still show up once you hit new or next, but you need to be able to land on the start page.
Uh,
I wasn't as lucky as you, Jeff. I still, it took me to some kind of a administrative login, that I wasn't able to get
become
past.
an administrator. What is that? Apparently.
They lock us down in Maryland.
Yeah, something, let's see. Let's see. Oh, boy. Product IDs. Let's see. Start tab. Software. You guys are probably not going to be able to run Regedit. Let me see if I can find it. Open machine software out of this. Okay. All right. So let's do this real quick. I'm going to stop my share, and Kevin, if you'll go to your share screen button at the bottom
Okay.
of your Zoom window, and then click your screen that AutoCAD's running on, and then choose the blue share button in the lower right.
All right.
All right, so now. Oh, I need to do this. Anyway, I want to. I can't. Why can't I request remote control? Let's see.
Yeah, the state of Maryland. So we have a lot of security measures, and the particular Zoom that I'm using is just through
Okay,
the browser. It's not
Yeah,
the
okay.
software because they won't let us install it.
Okay. All right, so let me watch what you're doing here. Go ahead and minimize AutoCAD. Or you might as well exit it, actually. Just exit. Now go to your, you can minimize that Zoom window
Mm-hmm.
and that one. Like I'm seeing your Zoom window. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh, I guess I was only sharing the
Oh, the application.
Autodesk. Let
Yeah.
me get back. Share.
Yeah,
I think
take the
this is
whole
what you
screen.
want.
There
Is
we
this
go.
what you're looking for? This registry editor?
Yeah. So scroll up. Let me make sure you're in H key local software Autodesk. Yes. Okay. So AutoCAD R24.2. Open that up to the and choose the first one. That one. Open that up on the left. No, the little twist
Oh,
thing. Yeah. See where it says variables?
uh-huh.
Open that and scroll down and find display. Look back up to display. It's not in there. Okay, go back up a level, close that one off. And close off the 6101 and open up the next one down. That one's, okay, that's all right. Open the 6102 variables. And still no display. All right, close
The
that.
display
Oh,
tab.
there it is. And it says 1. So that should work. Close that back off and go back to the 6101 again. Did I miss it? Maybe variables. Yeah, it's star display. Let's see if it's in there.
You see it?
Not yet. Scroll down. All right, right in there. No display there. I hesitate to have you try because I bet they're not going to let you do it anyway. All right,
Here's some other display options down.
Yeah, that's for the view cube. That's okay. All right, go back up. And you see where it says variables, right there, it says variables. Right click that and see if you can add, or let's see, yeah, add a key. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't have permission.
All right, well, say okay and exit that. I think we're gonna have to move ahead. I think that's not gonna work. So, all right, so go ahead and stop your share.
Okay, I think when I closed, I should be done, but I don't see where else I'm sharing.
Yeah, I'm still seeing your screen.
All right.
You should have a control that says stop sharing. Should be a little floating bar at the top or bottom.
Yeah, when I closed the window, I thought that was it, but I'm not seeing.
Oh, open up your Zoom session again.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
Okay, and see, I don't see I don't have the controls here.
Oh, really? Yeah, because when I open up Zoom again, it just says share screen, like I'm not sharing anything. So let me take a look here.
Kevin, let's see here.
All right, let me try this now. Did that work?
No, I'm still seeing your screen. I see your Zoom screen. Let me see if I just switch to sharing, does that knock you off?
There you go.
Okay. So now you're back with this. All right, so I think what we're gonna have happen is that you'll go to that, and then you can start at this, you can come back to this start tab and get it. Check with your IT folks or whoever your AutoCAD manager is and see if they can help you with that. But I think that's the variable, is to get it to come to the start tab first. So yeah, unfortunately I don't have it, but
If you can give us some instructions that we could provide to our IT folks, I'd be glad to do that. Just go in that registry file or what?
well, I'm not sure that that's going to work is the thing, and they may know. Just I would go to them and say, when AutoCAD starts, you would like it to land on the start page
Okay.
instead of going to the open dialog. So now if you're into that, drawing one or whatever, can you go back now to the start tab at the top?
Yep. Let me just open it back up. All right.
Okay, so once you're there on the start tab, if you now hit new, that's going to take you to this. It should.
Yep.
Okay. So there at that point, then you can set your drawing name, and we're going to find your file. You can make a new file if you want, call it Scribbles. I'm actually going to open one. Set your scale. I'll make it 40. Actually, I'm going to exit that because I'm trying to do a new one. Yeah, you can even close that drawing one.dwg
Right.
tab, and from the start menu, if you, instead of choosing the new button, choose the little pull down to the right, and that lets you choose a template. If I choose that template, it should dump you right to here. So that put you into the wizard at this point then?
Yep.
Okay. So you could go ahead and if you were starting a new drawing, you could go ahead and fill all that out and do that as you wish. I'm going to exit this. I'm going to go back to my start tab because I had that one that I already started. And so I'm going to choose open. And I'm going to now browse. And at this point, I'm using the Windows. So I'm going to be at, where's my drive? Let's see, here we go. Find Scribbles. And I'm going to use open. And there you should be just with a blank drawing. However, it should have all of these layers defined. And there should be some line types loaded and all that, but you can do that at any point. And it doesn't matter if you don't have these. This is just based on whatever that drawing template was defined as. Okay. So now, everybody in your Scribbles drawing, Jim, did you get that reopened?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I figured you guys are working on AutoCAD here, so I'm
All right. So from here, can you get to this screen? If you're not on this screen, go ahead and exit and then come back in with the little icon. Double clicking the guy on the tripod.
okay. I see your smiling face and the three of us here, and my microphone's on. Share screen.
No, don't share screen. You should see my screen. You should see my Carlson Break New Ground screen, the start tab.
I see it. Yeah.
Okay. So get to that in your software. Go ahead and run Carlson. Double click the little guy with the tripod.
I don't see that little guy with the tripod. Where's he get to? You know?
It's on your other screen, right? It's on your right hand monitor.
Yeah. But I don't see it.
What do you see on that right hand monitor?
Just the windows. I see the windows in a blue screen. That's it. If I go to Zoom.
Well, no, don't do the Zoom thing. Go just minimize that window.
I'm sorry, Ken, I don't even see a place where I can minimize that. View, sort by, refresh, display settings.
There should be, you can even close that window. There should be a upper right hand control in that window.
It goes clear out to the edge of the screen, and I don't see anything like that.
Look all the way up to the very top strip, and it says File Manager or File Explorer or something.
I'm sorry. I mean, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lower left-hand icons. Okay. Over at the other side, I just have a calendar, and I have those 4 windows from the window screen, and that's all I got on there.
All right, I'm going to stop again. Now you go back and do a screen share this time and give me your screen.
See what I'm saying right here? Well, that's what I got on screen too.
You need to share your screen. I'm not seeing it. Go to your share screen button.
Yeah, the green one right below your share. Gotcha. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So now the screen you shared
Yeah.
It's is that the one on your laptop?
No, yes, it is. It is. And I just took the little surveyor over there to the other screen. Okay.
All right, so if you double click that,
Double click it.
all right. And give it a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I see that new drawing, open drawing.
All right, so now you should see,
Yeah. Whenever I was trying to get up that before, they were always coming up and saying you got 364 days. I mean, you're over. Now on this one, it says that I've got 29 days remaining. So I'm good
Yeah.
there.
that's the one you have to use. You can't use the old one.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, so now you should see this right here, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you see that in your screen, on your version of the software too. You should see something like scribble.dwg.
Yeah. Yeah. I double clicked on it.
Well, yeah, you single click.
Yeah. You did want me to bring that up, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so now everybody is in your scribble drawing and you got something, just a blank screen, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, do this. Down at the command prompt, the command line, type ZC and hit enter.
ZC.
Yes, sir. And type 5,000, comma, 5,000 and hit enter. And next it's going to ask for a zoom factor or a view height. Put in 500 and hit enter. And now when you move your cursor around, if you look
Yeah.
down at the bottom status bar of the software, you should see the coordinates changing. They should be
Yeah.
5,000, 5,000, and up at the top, it should be around 5,000, comma, it's like 53 down to 46.
Yeah.
That's that 500. So we're right in the middle is that 5,000, 5,000, and we're 500 feet bottom to top. That's
Ah.
what. Okay, so now that you're located there, just start drawing some things. Go over to your draw menu and just choose draw a rectangle, and then maybe draw circle, and just start drawing a bunch of things here. And you can even go to your layer pull down and choose a different layer and then start draw line, a 2D line.
Hey, Ken, I think my dynamic input, is that what it's called when I don't see that grid? How do you turn that on and off?
Down at the bottom of the screen, you
Right.
see that dynamic input, which looks like a little field and a plus.
I see a plus, but that's next to my annotation monitor. I don't have the field and a plus.
Okay, if you don't see that, right click anywhere on the status bar, choose settings. Oh, I'm sorry, not that. Maybe over on the one of these. Let's see. Oh, go to the left of the coordinates where it's just blank on the status bar and right click
Yep.
and then look for dynamic input.
I don't get that. I get drafting standards setup. I get new layout from template, select all layouts.
You clicked in the blank part of the status bar, like over here.
Correct. I right click there and I only get 3 options. Weird.
All right. share me your screen again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you know what? You don't need to do that. Hold on.
Good, because I don't know how.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll go back to share my screen. I forgot I'm I was gonna have you do it, but I forgot I'm running the AutoCAD version too. So let me open up oh, it's not enough time. Okay, so down here at the bottom, the right click.
Okay.
All right, that's above. I'm down at the line below that where you see the coordinates?
I see your coordinates, yes.
What about on yours? Do you see those?
That's where my command line is.
Say again?
That's where my command line is. I drag it over to the left. Okay, so no, I don't see coordinates.
Okay, you can drag
Yeah, I
it
don't
up.
see the coordinates either.
Uh,
I know it's dynamic input. I just don't know where to find it.
yeah, like you don't have any of these icons down here, like the snapping.
In the bottom right, you've got 3 bars. If you left click the 3 bars,
Oh, there you go.
there's
Yeah.
dynamic input up top. Click that on.
Yeah, make sure coordinates is on and
Oh, coordinates.
snap mode and dynamic input. All of those are whatever ones you have on are the ones that are going to show up down here. And then to turn them on and off, you just click them. Jim and IntelliCAD, you have to double click them. You know, once they're out, you can change things from there.
Thanks, Jeff. I get that, click that triple bars, and I also get coordinates and dynamic input. Anything else we want to turn on?
I'd like to have coordinates and model space,
Model space.
grid and snap mode. And I never
Mhm.
use it, but they're typically on. Dynamic input, ortho mode if you like, polar tracking, object snap tracking, 2D object snap,
Oh,
line weight, you want that on as well. And selection cycling, that's good to have.
Okay.
And then you see on my screen, the one that I've got checked on.
Yep.
Might as well match them.
a lot to it, isn't there?
What's that?
There's a lot to it.
Oh, yeah.
Now I lost all my toolbars up at the top. How do
We'll get to that. We'll come back to that. Okay, you got all those?
I believe so.
Pardon?
I believe I have them all. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now you should see them at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And your dynamic input, if you just hover the mouse, you'll see what these are called. Like here's your line weight, and your dynamic input is way over here on mine anyway.
Yeah, so like an eraser with a plus above it.
Yeah, it's showing a field. That's where you would type in values.
And then I accidentally turned off all my toolbars.
Okay, and we'll get those back. If you pull down, do you have this one up, the little gear?
need to make your screen bigger somehow. You're really small. Okay. What are we looking for? Oh.
The gear. the
Yeah, as
gear.
far as up at the top, I don't have any of those
You don't-
palettes, buttons or anything.
Yeah, you don't have these toolbars and stuff up here.
Correct.
If you go down here to the bottom to this workspace,
Okay.
what is it set to?
Survey.
Okay, so it would be survey. Now I've got these up here because I've put them up. You may not have them. You may even have you might have, let's see.
That did it. I switched it to civil and they came back.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. You don't need, you can be in survey, but you have to then open the ones you want to use in survey and save that workspace. All right, so that should be there. All right, I'm gonna, let's see. All right, that should be good for that. Now, back to our scribbles drawing. Just start drawing a bunch of things in there and you can, you know, select everything with a crossing window and say copy and just put a bunch of stuff all over the place. And just make, you know, just do that. And we're going to use that to try to see how to do some of these basic edits and what some of these, what effect some of these settings are going to have on what we do. Okay. But I'm going to let you guys wrap that up and we're going to, you know, spend the next 5 minutes or so just getting a bunch of things drawn. Doesn't have to be anything at all. We just want some graphics in our screen and then save your drawing. And I'm going to go ahead and we're going to call lunch and we will reconvene at 1:15. So that'll give you a few minutes, like 4 minutes or so to get you some drawings in there. And then whenever you get some stuff like that, we'll come back at 1:15 after lunch, unless anybody's got any immediate questions. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay. So save your drawing just in case. And I'm going to pause the recording. All right. So now you should have this drawing scribble up there and just a bunch of junk in it.
This wants to say this meeting is being recorded. Got it?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so now you should have your drawing up with some stuff drawn in it.
I have your drawing up there right now.
If you don't, go to your Carlson and go to that start tab and choose that scribble drawing and get a drawing open. Got it?
Yeah, yeah. File, open. I had another in there. It was called, I filed it in under just one, but I don't see that over here. Example one complete. Nope. Example one. Nope.
No, those are things that are pre-made.
Yeah. Well, here. I'll just go like this and I can draw a line.
Yeah, just draw some things in an empty drawing.
Draw a line.
What does the tab at the top of your screen right up here, what does that tab say?
Carlson Survey 2023.
No, not the title block. The two tabs. There's one that, see where my mouse is moving?
Oh, there. Yeah, yeah.
Because one says start page.
Start page and scribble.dwg. Yeah.
Okay, so scribbles should be the one that's highlighted in white.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you're over in the drawing. So just draw a bunch of stuff in there.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to go to my draw menu and I'm going to use a Carlson command, draw a 2D polyline. So you guys follow along. If you do not see this dialog come up, down on the command line, there's an option that says O for options, and that'll bring this up. And make sure you check this show options on startup. All right, so this is the equivalent to AutoCAD's P line command.
Okay,
Has some Carlson stuff, okay?
yeah.
All right, so Jim, I'm going to turn your mic off here for a minute. Okay, now you can see some of these options here. You can specify a particular elevation. Normally it's 0, or you can set an elevation by the first point you pick. If it has an elevation, you can do all these offsets, prompt to draw another. You can annotate things. If you close them, it will do the automatic annotation. You can autocorrect for 90-degree corners. That will square up a corner if you're drawing a building, and if you're just sort of sketching it, it will square up those corners. You can say use the current drawing properties, which will use whatever you are set up here at the top as your current layer and color and all that kind of stuff. Or you can uncheck that and you can specify, you can select any of the layers that are in your drawing. So if I go to, let's go to the boundary, let's just say v dot boundary. So it's going to set that layer. I'm going to set my color to be, I choose that set color button and I choose by layer. And line type should also be set to by layer. If not, you can hit select and just choose at the top by layer and say okay. So now I'm going to start drawing. Some kind of figure here, and I'm going to get to my last leg, and I'm going to look down at the bottom. I see this close option. I'm going to just choose close, and now that's a closed polyline. Now, if you are not seeing this properties over here on the left, what I've done is this. I've selected this icon, right-click the mouse and choose properties down at the bottom. And that will bring up the properties dialog box, and it might be docked or it might be floating like this. In which case you can dock it over on the right, just drag it over there and it will snap into place, and just leave it running because we're going to do a lot of changes with selecting items and changing their properties over here. Okay. But I've got some things here drawn in my drawing, and we're going to learn how to manipulate them. Now, a couple of things that I've got a bunch of these icons across the top, and some of you might be running with the ribbon. I'll show you what that looks like. Is there's this ribbon interface, and it has its own set of, they look like menus, but they're just tabs to different ribbons. And that's a nice little interface if you like using the ribbon stuff. The problem is, for me, it takes up too much of my screen, and so I like to turn it off. Now you can do that in IntelliCAD. When you right click up here in the gray spot, you switch to ribbon, or you right click again and choose switch to menu bar. And we're going to do that for the class. We've got everything just from the command line menus. Okay, now on the AutoCAD version, when there's no switch to ribbon here. So what you have to do here in AutoCAD is down in your command line, you type ribbon. And that will bring up that same little ribbon interface. And, it's got some nice things in it, roads and such. Now I'm in the civil. I'm going to switch to survey. So I'm in the survey ribbon interface as well. So If you like that interface, that's fine, and it tends to be workflow grouped, so it's pretty good. But again, it takes up too much of my screen, so in AutoCAD, if it's on and you don't want it on, just like you type ribbon, you're going to type ribbon close, one word. And it'll go back, and then you can set up any of these little floating type things. You know, my layer property, I didn't want that to be there, and I want this properties to be much smaller. There we go. Now I'm gonna put this back over here and just hang on a second. Let me try this again. Let's say I'm gonna allow document. So plop it right here. And then when I go off of it, it'll hide. As long as I say auto hide. And I hover over it and I get off of it. So now that's tucked there out of the way and it's floating. All right, so now what we have in terms of toolbars on the IntelliCAD version, you can right click and choose show menu or show toolbar, and you got various categories. You got Carlson toolbars, you got CMG, you've got IntelliCAD, IntelliCAD DGN. You're going to look mostly at Carlson, and you're going to choose some from here that you might want on. IntelliCAD has a few that you also might want on as well. So Carlson and ICAD. Now the ones that I have, you can also get to that command with this. Go to the settings menu and choose toolbar setup. In the AutoCAD version, in settings, probably toolbar. Note. It'll give you that. If I go to this custom user interface, yeah, we don't like that. Well, that's interesting. They don't have it here. All right, so I'll show both of these for a second, show you what we've got. So what I've got over on the IntelliCAD, Jim, if you go to settings and choose toolbar settings, you should get this. And this shows a list of the toolbars that I have up, and we pull down here from Carlson and IntelliCAD. And so I'm going to start with Carlson. Now that's the very same thing that I did over here. I right click, show toolbar Carlson. That gives me that same list. Okay, so it might be easier though to do it from here. So toolbar setup. And let's go TB config. Let me see if that'll be a command. No, that brings up the interface. You don't want to do that one. All right. So back on IntelliCAD, settings, toolbar settings, make sure this top list is set on Carlson. And then here's the ones that I have showing. I have my Carlson menus, draw, edit, elevate, entity properties. Go ahead and check these on, Jim, and I'll show you how to position them in just a minute. Just let them go wherever they go. They're going to put themselves all over the top, maybe on the screen. Okay. Just check these on. Carlson menus, draw, edit, elevate, entity properties. And then you're going to choose grading, inquiry, and layers. And scroll down a little further, you're going to see polylines, standard, and surface. And that should be it. So polyline, standard, and surface. And above that we have draw, edit, elevate, entity properties, grading, inquiry, and layers. And above that, we have Carlson members. Okay. Now, once you've done that, pull this Carlson list down and choose ICAD. And turn on draw, entity snaps, modify, and that's it. Just those three right there. Draw, entity snaps, and modify. Once that's done, choose OK. Now you've got toolbars probably all over the place. And here's the arrangement I have if you want to follow. I'm just going to drag these out all over the screen. So they may be docked up in the top. That part's all fine. I'm just going to pull them by that little edge right there. I'm just going to pull them all down here in the bottom in the graphics part of the screen, and they can float down there. Okay. So there, I've got two over here. I've got this one, and I've got this one. Okay, now what you can do with these now, Jim, is you're going to start putting them up on the tops and on the sides. And the very first one that we want to put on the top upper left is this one that shows a picture of the new, open, save, and all of that. So I'm going to click on this little vertical bar of dots and hold the mouse, and I'm going to drag it, and I'll push it up here to the top, and it's going to dock right there. And push it all the way to the left, and that'll be good for that. Okay. The next thing I'm going to put over is I'm going to put my layers toolbar, and that's the one that looks like this. It's got the stack of layers and a bunch of icons. It's got these lights on the left, on the right. So I'm going to grab that one by the left little edge and push it up to the top and scoot it here to the right and butt it up against that one. So that now gives me my next one. Okay, and then I'm going to take this. Actually, I'm going to scoot this one over a little bit because I'm going to put this one instead. So now I've got this one, which is the entity properties, and it's got these pull downs that you can see these colors and layers. I'm going to grab that up here and push it up to the top. And then I'm going to put this one out on the right. Actually, I've got this in the wrong place. Let me pull this guy back down. He's not there yet. Okay, here's what I want. All right. All right, so I've got this one is standard. I've got layers. They're up there at the top. I'm going to now get my polylines, and that's the one that shows these icons that you're looking at here. So find that toolbar, grab that little drag bar and move it up to the top and butt it up to the edge of that last one. Okay. I'm now going to look for this one called inquiry, and it has the little, there's a ruler there, drawing inspector, layer inspector.
Sorry,
layer,
Ken, what was the name of the one before inquiry?
layers.
Thank you.
And it's,
Next to layers,
yeah, it's Carlson layers. It's,
the one to the right of it. Yeah, that one to the right.
yeah, that's the one called, it's a toolbar called layers.
Really?
I'm sorry, polylines. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Polylines. Thank you.
Sorry. And then inquiry goes up next to that. And now we're going to start down on the second row. And we're going to, I think, take this one. Let me see. I had surfaces. Yeah, surface menu, and that's the toolbar that has the little blue pyramid, and it's got a little red cube over here, and a 3-colored cube in the middle, and a little airplane in it. So I'm gonna grab that, and I'm gonna push it up, and I'm gonna push it up underneath that first row, so it starts a second row. And then now I'm gonna put my entity properties. That's this one with all those pull downs. I'm going to put it on the second row next to that one.
That's basically your layer toolbar, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right.
And so then next I'm going to take this this one called grading, and it's got the red Z and the little triangle around a Z, and it's got these icons. So I'm going to take that up, put it on the second line underneath there, I think. Let me try something. I'm going to put on the top. Put. Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm going to do it like that. All right, so what if you've got that match now, I'm going to take this one called grading, and I'm going to slide it up here to the top and the right. And I'm going to take this one called elevate and put it on the second line down. Okay, so now I've got this one called Carlson menus. Now, if the only Carlson module that you have is survey, and you don't have these other like civil and all that, you probably don't even need this toolbar out. But if you just want to match mine, it'll be like this. So you can grab that one and drag it and put it on the third line to the left. And then we're going to take this one called entity snaps. It might be object snap node or something on the AutoCAD version. I'm going to put it there. And now the remaining 4 are going to be vertical on the left-hand side. So I'm going to look at this one that says draw. There's another one that says draw. I want the one that says draw that has these icons on it. That's the one from the IntelliCAD menu set. So I'm going to take that one and I'm going to just drag it over here to the left. And I'm going to dock it there on the left. I'm going to now go get the other draw, which is Carlson Draw Tools, and that's the one that has all these black arrows and stuff in it. I'm going to now drag it over to the left, but to the right of that other one. So those are the 2 that I'm going to use there. Now I'm going to get this big long one here that says modify, and I'm going to drag it over to the right until it snaps vertically. And I'm going to take this one that says edit, and I'm going to drag it to the right and dock it here vertical. So these are commands and they're all of the commands that we can reach from the menus, but these are the ones that are pretty handy. Okay.
Ken, is there a way that you can change the resolution so you can see those icons a little bit larger?
If you go down to IntelliCAD settings, let's see. See it in this. Well, there is a way, Jim, but it's probably involves some programming with this customized user interface.
All right.
So that's why when you run this in your day-to-day world, make sure you run it over on your big screen because it'll be larger over there.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so everybody should have some toolbars set up, whether we use them or not, but they'll be easier as we go along. But I'm going to show you where these commands are. Like, there's one that I use a lot: edit, polyline utilities, and then I'm going to remove polyline. These are remove commands, and I might remove a polyline segment or a vertex. And you see, to get to that command, I'd have to go to the edit menu, pull right, and then choose this command, remove polyline vertex. Now, here's a little tip for you as you're learning the software. Anytime you see an icon to the left of a command, that means that that command exists on a toolbar somewhere. It doesn't tell you which toolbar it is, but at least you know that it's on a toolbar. Now, this is a polyline function, so that would tell me to go start looking at my polyline toolbar. And I see the picture is a little pencil eraser over top of a red dot, what I'm looking at right here. And there's a pencil eraser over top of a red segment, and those do exactly what you see there. And if I look at that same command up here in my polylines toolbar, you see this pencil eraser with the dot, and it says remove polyline vertex. There's remove polyline segment. So that's that same command. Choosing it from here is the same as choosing it from here. Okay. So sometimes these are packed so deep that it's just easier to get the toolbar and start to learn where those commands are. Okay. Jeff and Kevin, you guys up to speed on everything going okay?
Well, I think things are a little bit different on the AutoCAD side. So I was more or less following along and have most of the toolbars loaded.
Yeah, so you should have, that's object snap. Unfortunately, you don't have that little switch. So let me show you what I've got over here. I'm just right clicking in the gray spot and I'm choosing AutoCAD. I've got draw, modify, multi-leader, object snap, standard annotation, and text. Those are the AutoCAD toolbars that I have up, and I'll show you where those are in just a minute. And then in the Carlson, I've got, make sure I don't have anything at this time. No, the Carlson menus.
Yeah, when I bring up Carlson toolbars, they just come up as little clouds with question marks in them, but
oh, really?
yeah. But I can follow along if we can.
All right.
The toolbars, I'm fine with that.
Do you have any of your toolbars, do any of your toolbars look like these?
Yeah, some of them.
Okay.
And I got a question.
Yes.
If I go down to the menu and I type in OSNAP, which is something I'm familiar with, okay?
Down to the command line?
Say it?
Down on the command line?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yep. Okay.
And then I get a dialog box that says drawing settings. Is there some way that I can make that incorporate that into my toolbar on my, in other words, so I can just pick it from above? I mean, I typed it in there and I can see what I want to see, and I could go to that dialog box if I have to.
Yeah,
set
but-
the O snaps, but is it available someplace up above there that I don't know about through the icons or something?
It sure is. I'm gonna hit cancel. And I'm gonna come down here to the status bar where you see these icons down here at the bottom.
Oh, wait, point again. I wasn't looking there.
All right, you see my mouse.
Yeah.
Follow it down. I'm coming all the way down here to this bottom row.
Oh, okay. 1 second.
See where your coordinates are showing?
Yeah. Mhm.
Go over to the right. There's a icon that looks like a square with a red highlight in the corner.
Annotate scales.
Keep going. It's right here. See where my mouse is hovering?
Yeah, I don't have that big of
Do you not have this? You don't see an icon that shows a square?
all right, now I expanded the screen there. I can, yeah.
Yeah, you need to make your screen full screen. So double click the top and make it full screen.
Yeah, what's it? Oh, shit. Oh, polar tracking.
Yeah, all of that. But you want to hover over the one that says Entity Snap Settings.
Is that polar tracking?
No, Polar Tracking is the one next to it. The circle. You want the square.
Oh, orthogonal on off.
No, go the other side to the right of the circle. It should say Entity Snap Settings.
Entity snap settings. Yeah.
There you go. Now, you turn on and off whether you're going to use snapping by double clicking that. AutoCAD guys, you just single click it. But if you right click that button, there's a settings in this menu. And you choose that, and that brings these up. And so whichever ones you set here
Oh,
that are going to be in play all the time when you have snapping on. So if I go to draw a line or a polyline, and if I hover near the end point there, and I've also got midpoint turned on and end point, and I've got extension, so I can get an extension of that line.
so let me ask you this: if the ones that are highlighted in yellow, if I turn those off, then I don't have anything. But is there a button that I can push up above that I can select, like say endpoint or something for just?
Yeah, if you want it just temporarily, like I don't have, for instance, you see center is not on. But if I want to draw to the center of that circle, and if I'm going to go say from the midpoint of that segment, I want to go to the center of that circle.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't have it, so I can go up here to this toolbar, which is the Entity Snaps, and I can choose Set Center Snap. Just pick it once, and it's only on for this command. So there's
Okay.
up to the center of the circle. Now you see it went on.
Where would you find that on the gray menu up above?
On this toolbar. It's not on a menu. It's on the,
There. Settings.
you can go to settings and go to object snap, and it brings this up, but that's not what you
Yeah.
want a quicker way of doing that. So if you have this toolbar that says Entity Snaps, and it looks like all of these.
Yeah.
So now when you click one of those, it turns it on just temporarily.
Yeah.
If you get out of the command and if you click it, it sets it on permanently.
Yeah. How do you, that particular toolbar there, I saw you place all those other ones. I was watching as you did that.
So
Where do you find that toolbar?
it's right here. Show
Okay.
toolbar. I right click in the gray spot, show toolbar, ICAD, and it's called Entity Snaps.
Show toolbar. ICAD. Wait. Show toolbar. ICAD. What was the next one?
Entity Snaps. It's up on my screen.
Yeah, I was trying to find it. I can. Entity properties,
Just look there.
ICAD. Huh. ICAD. Oh, there we go. ICAD. Entity snap. There we go.
Okay.
What's it called in AutoCAD? Because I don't see that.
And auto
Object snap, object.
snap, yeah.
No object snap.
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So now I got it. I got that one up above on my screen, I think. And I can put that wherever it's most convenient.
So when you're not running a command, if you're just in just regular pick mode, if you pick on one of these, it sets that on all the time. So it's always active. So if I turned on perpendicular snap and I start to draw something out here and I want to
Oh,
go
yeah.
perpendicular to that, so that goes to the midpoint or there, and see right there, it finds that perpendicular. So that's now perpendicular to that line. And I can then go,
Okay. Now, okay, now on yours up there on the OSNAP toolbar,
yeah.
You have certain ones turned on. Okay.
Yep.
Now
Mhm.
turn those off for a minute. Okay. Now, if you wanted to draw a line from the endpoint, say how would you do that?
All right, so if I'm gonna draw a line, I'm gonna go from, say, this endpoint,
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
that endpoint is not on,
Right.
I can click it once up here when I'm in the command. See, it's down here waiting for me to pick a point. So I'm gonna go and choose that. And it's gonna let me now, just for this one command, pick that endpoint,
Was that a right click or a left click?
just to the left. And so now I can go up to here and I can't find that endpoint unless I go back and choose endpoint again. And now it'll,
Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
So-
Yeah, it's-
so I'm gonna make sure that I choose, that I have this one on all the time. And I like my midpoint on and I like my extensions on. Those
Yeah.
are the ones I go right now. You can do it from that toolbar, or you can do it down here at the status bar where that object entity snap settings is. Right click and choose settings.
yeah.
Just click on these particular items.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now they're in place all the time. But now suppose I want to draw a line. Let's say I'm going to go from this midpoint, and I'm going to go to this midpoint. And now if I want to go to that endpoint right there, you see it's on, so it finds it. But suppose I don't want to go exactly to the endpoint, but I want to go somewhere near, and it keeps jumping there, and I don't want it to. I want to go a little bit off.
Yeah.
So instead of, while that's running, I can click endpoint to turn it off. And then now it won't, well, actually it goes find it, but
Your intersecting point or your
yeah.
corner is on.
So one thing you can do is while that's on, you can come down here and right click and choose all entity snaps off.
Oh, okay.
Just for this one time, you see it won't, it finds the projections, but it won't find that endpoint.
Yeah.
So I can click there and leave it. And then when I go back, it'll turn it back on. Okay, now there is a shortcut to all of this as well. When you're doing a command, if you're running, say, from this midpoint, and I want to go to the quadrant of this circle, which is like the 3 o'clock, I can either come up here and find the quadrant, or I can hold the shift key and right click the mouse, and this menu pops up.
Oh,
I can now choose quadrant snap, and it'll turn that on just for that command. It's just like clicking.
that's convenient there. I like that.
A couple of other shortcuts for the mouse for all you guys. Obviously, the wheel, when you scroll the wheel, it zooms in and out, and it basically, zooms in wherever your point is. That's where the center of it all is going to be. when you need to zoom extents, if you want to do everything, you can type the command or you can go to view. Somewhere there's a zoom extents, you know, you can do all that kind of stuff. But the quick and dirty way of doing that is to hold the shift key down and double click the wheel. And when you do that, it zooms to everything fits in the drawing. Now, one other shortcut is you can press and hold the wheel on the mouse down like a button. You don't hold the shift key, you just press and hold the wheel and move, and that's the same as panning the drawing. So it doesn't zoom, but it changes where it's centered. And then just let the wheel up when you're done. And that's really handy when you're doing like a long line. Let's say we're drawing a line from, say, this midpoint, and I'm going down here and I want to keep going on down. I can, right in the middle of the command, I just press and hold the wheel and I keep going, press and hold the wheel, and it lets me keep moving along. Okay. Now I'll double click the wheel and there's my zoom extends. I select this. If I delete that and double click the wheel, it's now back to this, because that's the extent of everything that's in my drawing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So now a couple of other commands that are going to be useful for us here. I'm going to select, and notice I'm just picking on these things and they individually keep adding to my selection set. So I'm going to select these few things here. And I'm going to delete them. Now you can just press the delete key on your keyboard, or you can choose this delete command either from here, from the modifier, or from this top of the standard, and they go away. So they're going away. Now, another thing you can do is if you don't want to erase the things that are on a particular layer, but you want to make them not visible. And that is, if I look at this and I see that's on a layer called G-plan. So if I want G-plan to not show up, but I want to still keep them, you can either come up here, pull down this G-plan and choose the freeze button. That's one way. You can click the button beside it. And if you're in AutoCAD, you would bring up this layers command and find, you know, whatever layer and freeze it. Or let me see, I don't have. Either one of these layers, or the Carlson layers. Yeah, the Carlson layers doesn't have that pull down over here, but AutoCAD layers has it. And that would be where you would pull this down and choose it here, or you would choose this button, which now that's turned mine on, but it's a palette, that's a layer control. And I'd like to leave mine up and running just so I can move the mouse over to it. Yeah. So because I do my layer control from here and it stays running, I don't have that on as a toolbar. Now you can turn that palette on by I'm not sure where they might have buried that command in this interface. Well, you can do it from palettes is one around 10 palettes. I think right now I have to type the command PAL tool palettes. So if I put that, that's going to bring up these tool palettes. See if I can find. See if I, no, that's not what I want to do. Well, you can just type layer. And when you type layer, it opens this up. And that's a resizable, and you can auto hide your settings and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to just put it over here and then move off of it. It's going to hide away back to this little vertical strip. Okay. There is a command that lets you choose those. I don't, Carlson may not have put it in there. I would have expected it here, but that's okay.
You talking about like the layer properties manager?
Yeah, here you go. You can go to view levels and choose the level manager. Nope, I'm sorry, that's for, those are true levels. That's for MicroStation. All right. Oh, right here, layer control. It's on the view menu, layer control. That brings that up. And then you can auto hide it so that you hover the mouse over the little bar and it opens up. You go off of it and it closes back.
Yeah, that was one of my coworkers showed me the layer properties manager. I think have been really helpful. I'm still getting used to that auto docking feature. It's, you know, it appears and disappears and
Right. Now, here's one of the big differences that I see. Like when you run this, you see this is everything about layers, right? But that's all it does is stuff about layers. Now on the IntelliCAD side, this layer manager, which is this button right here, layer control or view layer control, same thing. And it's the icon that's beside the pull down. So if we choose that, now that brings up this similar looking box with all the layers, and you can set the colors and the line types and such. But look over on the left, it's not just for layers, it's layers, layer states, line types, text styles, different layouts. Those are these tabs on the bottom. Any blocks you have defined, dimension styles, groups, materials, external references. So, you know, that in AutoCAD, you have to run XREF, and that brings up the external reference dialog. When you want to do a line type, you have to type line style. Text style, you type styles, and it sets the text styles. But you can, right here, you can just create a new text style and call it, you know, whatever you want to call it. Let's maybe call this one, I'm going to put one here called, TXT, I think. PNT TXT, that's point text. I'm not sure if that's the name I'm looking for. Then I'm going to go over here and choose a different font. I'm going to make that one Calibri Light. And that's there. And you can set it to be current if you want by double clicking it, or just leave standard. And then when I go to points, draw locate points, I'm just going to take a standard point and then just put a point right there. There's my coordinate file. It wants an elevation. I'll call it 23.45. A description, I'll just call it test point. And then if I zoom in down there and I see that that is actually not the wasn't the text style. I gave it the wrong name. It was text styles. Oh, PTXT. So this one I don't need. But sorry. I'll delete that one. So PTXT, I'm gonna change that font to the LED lights. And so now anytime I put points down, it's gonna be this nice looking font instead of those ugly looking fonts. All right, so that's just the difference in, it says layer control, but keeping in mind, Jim, on IntelliCAD, it does everything else too. It's all these different things on the left.
All right,
All right.
yeah,
So, now that's not a floating palette like it is in AutoCAD, so you have to run it each time you want to do it. So anyway, all right, so that's that. Now, there's a number of things. Let me show you what goes on. I've got this this purple boundary. I've got these white things on a different layer. This is on a layer 0. My greens are on layer G plan. Now you could go into your layers, find G plan and freeze it or do whatever you want, but there's a shortcut way of doing that as well. If you go up to your layers toolbar, which is the one that has this stack of layers and stuff,
yeah,
and you can freeze a layer by pick, and that will, if you choose that command and pick anything on that layer, it freezes that whole layer. So now everything's still there, but it's frozen. I can't see it. I can now then thaw on all layers and bring them back. You can also do the reverse. You can do an isolate layers. And if I want to just work on these white things, I'll isolate that layer. And everything else goes away except that one that I picked. And you can have multiples. And then you choose the reverse of that, which is to restore the layers. And so if you had, say, this one frozen, and you wanted to say, now let's isolate, say, just this. So it looks like it froze everything else, but now when I restore my layers, it puts them back. But that other one that I did with the freeze command is still frozen because the isolation took place after the freeze was in effect. Okay, so I'll put it back on. So just some useful tools. All of those on this layers toolbar, if you don't remember where they are there, they're available under view, this section down here. And there's another good one here called erase by layer, which lets you select layers from the screen. So if I select this one and say this one, that's identifying these layers. I've got 0, G dash plan. And I could say, well, I only want to get rid of the lines and circles, but not the polylines. And I'll say, okay. And so now everything, now that was an actual erase. So I'm going to undo that to get everything back. But that's a real handy feature to let you choose. Like if you run a command and it puts a bunch of stuff out there, different layers, you go back and maybe you want to change that. You get rid of everything. Once you've picked them once, it stays in this list until you clear it. Okay, so it's useful to have.
hey, Ken?
Yeah.
Some of these features on this iCAD are really impressive, and I was wondering if they have some like YouTube videos or something on,
Yeah.
just a smaller segment like OSNAP or like isolating layers.
Yeah,
that-
they sure do, Jim. What you'll do is just go to Carlson.
Yeah,
Um, and then when you go to their website,
uh-huh.
over here, there's this feature called movies, and that will put you in their YouTube channel. And there's just lots and lots and lots. And there's some of, like, you can, find it by certain filters. But here's one that say, I don't know how long that one is. Annotative objects. Let's see. Let's find one. Here's a power test, 26 minutes, 16 minutes. Here's one, 3 minutes. That's but there are some that are just like, 10 minutes long, new things in the layout. And there's no real rhyme or reason, but you can, let's see, if they have an IntelliCAD, there's a created boundaries, legal descriptions, and map checks, for instance.
All right.
So they're there. And you can, explore your way through all those. You can even search. Let's say we want to search for just IntelliCAD. So here's some CAD standards about the IntelliCAD consortium, changes, comparing with AutoCAD, learning CAD basics. And then that's a little bit old, but it will show you how to do just those few things. Okay.
Oh,
All right. So yeah, it's a good question, and it's a great resource. That's
cool
also
beans.
available,
Yeah.
by the way, on the start page. If you go back to there, there's this not knowledge base, but if you go to Carlson support, that'll that's not even the right place to go. Well, never mind that. I thought there was a way to get the movies from there, but I don't see it. Now on the AutoCAD side from your start page, you do have like documents learning. For instance, you got a learning tab and there's all these little videos on how to do things. There's new features, tour the interface, create 2D objects, modify, create text and dimensions. Okay, so there's a rich stuff and it's on this learning bit right here. Okay.
Ken, you may have already kind of touched on this, but earlier when you were showing us about drawing templates, you used one called Carlson National CAD Standards. Right now in our group, we're trying to come up with some boundary line standards and things like that. But I'm sure there are others out there that have already done different standards. So I was wondering if you might be aware of any, whether it's on Carlson's website or other places that have sort of some national standards like that.
Well, here, for instance, if I go and look at this and if I find, I'm going to go up here and just type. So DMD. All right, so here's my boundary ones, but it looks like, all the line types are still set to continuous. So you would want to, find, one popular one is Phantom, but sometimes you have to load up. All right, so you have to load up, different. Like here's one called boundary. It's a boundary line. It's a long dash and two short dashes. So if I load that one and choose that, now I've set my V boundary borrow to that. I'll set my one that I drew. I'm going to also make that boundary. And you'll see that change. Now it's changed to this. Let me change my line type scale. So now it's not quite so big, and you can change that line type scale. And so let's make that maybe 10 instead of maybe 5. All right, so that, and then notice here some of the corners, it doesn't, you get a gap in the corner, and that's handled by this line type control. So now the corners are all corners. So there's a number of those. As far as finding a drawing template that somebody else may have provided, there's a resource. Let me see if I can find where that is. Go to Hold on the file menu and choose Carlson Community. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. This is a list of things that are provided by people all over the world. Colorado DOT FLD, that is a list of field to finish code tables that Colorado DOT is using. Right now, my file type is set for FLD field to finish, but if I want to look at, see, there's coordinate files, AutoCAD drawings probably is what I'm going to look for. But that might just be drawings. No, I don't see any. Signs. These are drawings of all the manual uniform traffic control devices. Those are all the signs. Let's see what else here. Buildings, animals, people. Trees, utilities, vehicles. Brady Benberry. These are probably not. Let's say, let's look for. Here's a layer library. That might be good. All right. It's Canada, Indiana, and Mass DOT. So you got that one. Now that becomes a layer file. And you could download that or view it and make it match. So these are the layer standards, use CAD standard layers for Indiana DOT. Obviously, there's not that many. I thought there'd be more than that, but in any case, let's look at Indiana's. For instance, if I download that, I'm going to put it in my datasets folder called m.la. I'll just save that and I'll close it off. Now, to apply that, if I go to my layer standards here, let me see what to do. Oh, you can't show that as a comment. All right, so now at this point, let's see, where would I put that under settings? Layer library. And if I can load, there's my Indiana DOT. So you see all these layer names? And you see they've got line types, they're all set to 0 here. And let's see, those ones by level. Line type 3, line type 0, continuous verb, PR, BE property, boundary, existing city, phantom for the county line, DOT for existing easement. So now, once you have this defined, these line types, even though you've got this stuff pre-built and they've specified the line types, you don't have the line types that they have in their list. If I bring, let's see this existing right of way. Use library to set drawing. Yeah. Let's see. what I'm trying to see is if I use that. Low. I don't think that came over.
What's interesting. So you're saying like in this Carlson community, people can share sort of templates that they've come up with.
Exactly right. So if I do, I'm going to try this. I want to find one that I can remember the name.
But you're not aware of like any kind of a national organization or something like that that
No.
might try to standardize these things?
No, I'm not aware of those. All right, let's use this RW city limit line. Now I want to, oops. I'm going to bring that into my drawing. I don't see how to do it. If I create layers and drawing, I see, okay. Okay, there we go. So you have to choose create. So now I should see that layer RW city limit line, but see the line type come across because I don't have that same line type defined. His was BE city. So you
Oh,
would
I
have
see.
to find the LIN file that they use to be able to load that up.
I got you. So there, it's available. Just kind of be cautious because you might not have the line
Yeah,
types that match.
exactly right. And, you know, and that's a process. It's just, you know, setting these things up, and that's where they go. You're going to put them in your template file. And so you're going to have to, you know, learn about managing line styles and all kinds of stuff. And that's a little bit, you know, that's, I don't want to scare you and say that that's a years long endeavor, and it never, but it really is. So, you know, just find them. There's ways you can create line styles. You can, if you choose something here and go to the annotate menu and go to the line types, this line type manager, there's all kinds of line types. Now, these are the ones that are part of your CAD setup, but there's also these under line types where you say change polyline line type, and there's all of these different ones that are defined by Carlson. They're not loaded yet, and it builds these on the fly. So you say like, here's a tree. Go back to annotate. Line types, change polyline line type. And so if I wanted that to be this arrow and a line, then I'm going to come down here and say, I need to give it a spacing. This is plotted inches, so let's go every inch and a half. My symbol size scalar, again, plotted inches. I'm going to make that 0.1. Gap size factor, I'll leave it as 1. And I'll say, okay. It asks me to select the entities I'm choosing by. And so now, if I zoom in there and see that, well, it took that first one. I wanted that. There we go. And if I turn that line type generation off, it makes the corners, make sure that they're solid. Okay. So now there's a line style. If I go back and look in my layer list now, if I choose you know, one layer and I want to change this line type, because I ran that command, you see that command is called arrow in, or that line type that I chose is called arrow in 1-50 -0-10 -1. Those are that's that 1.5 inches and that 1/10 of an inch and that one factor. So it creates them and names them and adds them into your line type. So don't fret too much if you don't find a line file. Just go to annotate line types, change polyline line type, and you can choose any of these, and there's page after page after page of them. And you can choose them from here or from here, and then you just set these numbers to make it fit whatever you're doing. So if I choose wave, now I choose that, now I've got that, and that is that line. See, it's called wave 150, blah, blah, whatever it is. And if I look at my layers, if I want to change that, it is now available right there. Okay. So that's a good way of adding into that library of some of those that are pre-built.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Okay, yep. All right, so now, and there's also under Express Tools, if you have that up there in your menus, there under Tools, there's a Create. There was a break line, but there's let's see under it. Okay. Right, for Express Tools, I may have to load it manually. There, so they're under Express. Under Tools, make line type. So it'll step you through the process of making your own line type. Okay, so if you need to bring that menu up, go down the command line, type Express Tools, one word. And let's see what this one is to do. And then there's a command reference in here, for instance, is make line type, and that teaches you how to go about making a line type. And then you have to save it off in a line type file and do all that kind of stuff with it. All right. So there are some tools available, but there's no real, hey, go to this website and download everything you need. So there's going to be some more. All right. So now let's talk about what some of these settings do, and then get off on that page and start looking at some of these tools and working with points, because we got a lot of ground to cover. If we go back to the settings menu and choose Carlson Configure, let's go first to the General Settings button and go ahead and match what you see on mine, except for this. Well, I'll turn it off right now. You don't want to use software rendering. I have to use that because I'm running it through an emulator and it doesn't have access to the graphics hardware. So that's why I have mine that way. So if you'll match all of these.
Where's the general settings?
Yep, on the settings menu, choose Carlson configure and then choose the general settings button.
I got settings, Carlson configure,
Yep.
general settings. Okay.
So go ahead and match what I've got on mine, and then I'll show you what, we'll talk about what they mean.
Okay.
All right, so let me see if there's any particular difference. Looks like it's the same over here. All right, so what these are, again, this first one, that's what turns on and off your startup wizard, if you want to use that or not. And you're going to save these INI files because that saves some setup information. You want to ignore 0 elevations, and that's, again, a default. You can turn it off during a command if you don't want to use it, but that allows you to build terrain models when you select things, and if it's something that's drawn down at 0 elevation, it will not use it to set elevations. Okay, so it will only use things that have discrete elevation in them to set those terrain models. Now, one thing to be careful of, Jeff, you're in San Diego, you're going to be potentially in an area where something might actually be at sea level, and you want that elevation to be part of your terrain model. So you would not want to turn that on for that, but it's useful if you've got any elevation whatsoever and you're not right down at the ocean, then I would leave that on. These others are some view control stuff. If you use annotative scale, that is dealing with annotative text styles and such, and line type scales and things. So you can probably use that. You probably won't have a chance to run into that until you start to learn about annotative scaling. It won't hurt to leave it on though. And then these are pretty self-explanatory over there. And then the coordinate format, Carlson alphanumeric. There are other formats available. This one, Carlson SQLite CRDB, that's just a special format of that coordinate file that allows it to hold within that one single file some GIS data, feature attributes and such like that. Otherwise, you can still use the GIS tools, but if you're not using that coordinate file, it links to a separate file of the same name, but with a .gis extension on it. So it's really no big deal. And I would recommend just leaving it as Carlson alphanumeric. And now all of these guys right here, you're going to want those to be on. And I'll show you what they mean, because you might not want them to be on once you see what happens with these. We're going to leave them all on right now. And we're going to choose max offset 0.02, 0.25. So everybody have everything set correctly there now?
Yep.
Okay. Said okay, and then hit exit. Now, what that means is with those linkings, that's what I want to talk about next. I said link line work with labels. So if I go to my annotate menu, and if I choose annotate defaults, the very first one. Let's put, these are all okay, I think. Under general, and it won't matter what they are. Make sure your text size scalar, I'm going to set that to 0.08 just to match my general. And remember that word text size scalar, remember that's plotted inches. So it's going to multiply that by our drawing scale and set it accordingly. All right, then under angle, that lets you you can define the layer name, a text style, all kinds of different, which way you want to pick it. And then in the distance, same thing, you're setting the layers. There's all kinds of stuff in here. Arcs, where you're going to put the arcs labels. I'm going to put this on because just copy that, go to arcs. Paste that. Series. Parallel. Again, I'll just change these layer names. And you don't have to, don't worry about them right now. You can set those at your leisure. I'm gonna say, okay, now all I've done is set some defaults. But the next command, so go ahead and okay that and come back out. The next command on the annotate menu, I'm going to choose auto annotate and give us a second. It takes a second to load up. So now using those defaults, I'm going to tell it how I want these things to show up when it finds them. So right now for lines, and this would be, say this property line out here. You see this little preview and it just has the angle down here because I've got angle set to be row 1 below the line. But if I said distance, I want to be also below the line. Or if I put this above, the bearing goes above the distance. So it would be bearings out here, distances underneath, or I can put them both on the top, make bearing and then distance. And set up. Factor, you can orient them. What you would want to do for those. But I'm going to put bearing and distance all on the outside, so it's going to go above. I'll show bearings. All right, and I'm going to use line type tables. I'm going to set that to never for now. So that's my lines. And if I had any arcs, you would choose the ones you want to show and just tell it what row and all that kind of stuff. Same thing. All right, so I don't have any arcs right now. I've just got lines. I'm going to say okay. And it now prompts me to pick what I want to annotate. I'll select it and maybe even select 2 of them. And there they're going to go. Now there they have drawn in the bearing and the distance for all of these different things at this scale. Now remember, we are in, I think this was set to a 40 scale. And a 0.08 text size was a 3.2 drawing unit size for that text. And if I look at this text, I look over here in its properties, and I'm using annotative, and drawing scale is 1 inch equals 40 feet, and it's text height right there, 3.2. Now I can't change that. I can change this paper height. That's the plotted inches that I set 0.08. And if you're not using annotation, then it won't. This would be no, and then I could change this value. And so I'm going to say yes, and that's not there. All right, so now, so watch what happens though when I select this item. And let me change its rotation. And you see now that this is now recomputed and redrawn the bearing. The distances are still the same. But if I stretch this up like this, the bearings and the new distances change and move right along with it. Okay. Now that is because I said in my settings, Carlson configure general settings, I said link labels with line work. If I turn that off, and now I go back and I'm going to auto annotate this guy over here, the other one. There they are. If I stretch this out, well, they decided to go ahead and do that. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to have left them right where they were in the old values, and then you would just simply, yeah, well, make a liar out of me. All right, let's try this one. If I auto annotate, wow, did I not get it sent? Oh, I'm sorry. Link line, I didn't hit the OK button. So now, but because I did this already with that set, it's going to stay linked. So now that I've got it off, I'm going to auto annotate. This one, and now if I select this and drag this out, yeah, see how they're left behind and stay what they used to be. And so you can update that though by annotate, auto annotate, and because in my, I think in my general settings somewhere here I said previous labels I want to erase or retain or prompt. So I'm going to say erase. So now those previous labels, this one and this one, now when I choose this, it's going to recompute and redraw those. Okay. So that's the way you have to do it if you don't have the linking on. Otherwise, when you have the linking on, if you move these things around, like this one that was done with it on, see that automatically recomputes and redisplays. Now, here's why I showed you those two things and why it's important, especially for surveyors. Because a lot of times, if you just blanket leave these things set, I generally like to have mine set. I'm going to turn it back on. But if you leave that on and you are putting the meets and bounds on a property, and again, once you've done this, you can just edit this text. You can call that 1285 if you want to, right? And then once you re-annotate that, it'll recompute it. Take this again. See, it switched back to what it really is. So if you have that automatically on, let's say you've got your deed calls around, they're matching what you look like, but you might want to come over here and maybe cut a gap in this drawing, or you might need to tweak the position to match a found monument that's close but not exactly to what this is, and you wanted this to match your deeds. So that's a case where you don't want to link those labels with the line work. But if you always are going to have that drawn to exactly what it's going to be showing, then having that linked on is handy. You don't have to keep going back and re-annotating. The other thing that's useful in that regard is if you've got, I'm just going to draw a little center line here. I just do a polyline. And now I'm going to go to my centerline menu and I'm going to say polyline to centerline file. I'll give it a name, just call it test. I'll pick this. So good. And enter. So now I've got an alignment made. And if I double click it, it's going to bring me to my alignment editor. I'm going to sit on here and I'm going to fit a curve. And let's call that 150. When I come down to this one, I'm gonna fit a curve. And I can go to the horizontal speed table, and let's say we're gonna go 35. Oh, those are pretty big. Let's go to 20. All right, now I'm gonna say save and exit. Now look at the screen. You see how it redrew that? And I didn't change it here. I didn't go in and I didn't fill it with an arc, which I could have, but because I turned it into a center line, it changed it. And also because it's a center line, if I do something like this, see how it's redrawing and recomputing everything there. So, and now, let's see, let's turn this really radically like this. And so now if I double click it, you see it's already changed that external test.cl centerline file. So that's what that linking does with link line work with center lines. Okay, so that's a nice handy way of doing that. I'm going to bring this back out to here. Set the radius. Whoop. Change. Bring it. There you go, a little more realistic. Okay, so now that was the linking of those center lines and line work. And I'm gonna also, if I go to station this center line, I'm gonna load up some old settings I had, see if that's gonna work. I'll choose that file. And now, you know, it puts all this stuff in. I preset these defaults, and there's those lines. Now, because that's a label, if I pull this up to here, actually that was supposed to have updated, but if I update this, let me change this to be change the start node to here. And so instead of 37, let's make that make it 45. And let's change this curve to be 100 foot. Right, so now when I save and exit, see it's recomputed it. And there's now my radius 100 foot. So that linking also pulled it up. It didn't, and I was surprised. I thought if I moved this, that it would update that. I guess at that point I would have to trigger it with the editor. Yeah, so that pulled it back. All right, so that's how that linking works. And again, there are times when you want to, and there's times when you don't want to. Just be aware that whatever that is set to when you do the labeling is how it's going to behave. But you can't go in and now turn that off, and then it turns it off for these. If it was created with it on, it's on. If it was created with it off, it's off. Okay. So those are some of our settings and what those ramifications are. There's another one to talk about briefly here. And that is this link, linked line work with points. Now that's an interesting one, and you'll see it here in just a minute. If we have that on, and we'll do that, you can go ahead and let's save this drawing. And now with that still open, I'm going to just go to File, Open. I'm going to look in my folder. There's my data sets folder. And I'm going to scroll down here and find, let's see what I'm going to use. No. Not that. Let's go to I'm sorry, let's go back to File and choose New. And just take, whatever template you choose, doesn't matter. And I'm going to set my horizontal scale to 50 this time. Oops, using a drawing room, of course. And I'm going to call this one, we're going to go back to our book now. We're going to talk about these points and point groups for a minute. And we're going to now that we have a new drawing, we're going to set we're going to set a current coordinate file to exercise 1 coordinates. So what we're going to do now is, I'm going to give it a name. I'm just going to call this one points exercise 1. All right, and now I'm going to set my coordinate file to existing, and well, I'm going to say new and just take the default. So now if I look up here at my top stripe, I see that I've got points exercise 1.dwg, and I've got a coordinate file called points exercise 1. But I'm going to go now, what the book told us to do is whatever drawing file we were in, we're going to set our coordinate file to exercise 1-coordinates.crd. So you see it's a different name, but that file already exists. So I'm going to go to points menu and we'll set my coordinate file to exercise 1 coordinates. And I see over here in this preview, it tells me I've got 22 points. And you say, okay. Now, that is my coordinate file. There's nothing in my drawing yet. So if I zoom extent, you see nothing shows up. So I'm going to go to points, and I'm going to list points. And I'm just going to hit the all button and say, okay. And you see I've got 22 points. And they have northings and eastings and elevations. Obviously, they're junk coordinates, negative eastings. So I do have those points. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw those points into my drawing. So I'm going to go to points, draw locate points. And I'm going to choose a different symbol. If you want, just choose the set button, but I'll just leave that. I'm going to make sure that I have descriptions on, elevations on, a dialog prompt, and these checks. So go ahead and match this up like you see here. And you notice I'm telling it to use point numbers, use automatic point numbering. And so it knows my next available is point number 0.3. So it's going to start that for me. I'm not going to make new ones. I'm just going to draw what I've got. Any duplicates, I'm going to erase and redraw. I can limit the descriptions to only those that I want to draw out of that, but I'm going to take all, and that's what that asterisk means, is choose everything. My symbol size is 0.1. My text size, again, that word scalar, so it's plotted inches, 0.08. The layer name it goes on, these are going to go on layer points, and I'm going to say draw on. So now it's going to draw those, and there they are. Now, notice there's a point number, an elevation, and there would be a description under here. Let's say if I had a description set in here called, let's say test point. And I'll also put it, let me see, copy that and paste it here. So there's that description. I'm going to now change that text style of key text, and you don't have to do this. It's just you have that capability of doing that if you'd like. Now, your points may look like something a little slightly different. You might have done this, in which case, well, no, can't do it from there. I have to go to points defaults, and it's this layout right here. So descriptions, elevations, dialect prompt. Okay, let's go to this side. Send that. Let's see it. Ah, attribute layout ID right here in the middle. I had two, that's my default that I use. But if you have one, it's going to look like this. And if I go back to points and draw locate points, I'll draw all again. Remember, it's going to erase and redraw. So I'll draw all. And now they're going to be the point number centered, the elevation off to the right, and the description centered underneath. Okay. So those are the different, and there's all kinds of different layouts you can see with that point defaults. This attribute layout ID right here. You can choose this to where the elevation tilts up at an angle. You can choose this where it's description in the middle, elevation underneath. You know, so there's all kinds of different ways to do that. And you can move those around once they're drawn anyway, so it doesn't matter. And you can just select that and drag this wherever you want. You can also, even under points, under this attribute section of the menu, you can move point attributes with a leader. If I choose those and stretch it up, it's going to look like that. All right, so now you should have 22 points drawn in your drawing, correct? Everybody good?
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's look at some draw commands. So I'm going to draw a 2D or a 3D polygon. And I'm going to come down here and choose select for a layer. And I'm just going to find a layer called, let's just put them on. I don't care, the boundary. I'll say okay. Now it wants me to pick a point or a point number. And this because I'm using draw 2D polyline. That's Carlson's version of drawing a polyline. It allows you to use point numbers. So I could come over here and type, just click some points. But now if I start typing like 0.1, it's going to go to 0.1. I might type 0.3 next, and it's going to go to 0.3. And now I might type 4-8. And it's going to go all the way up there like that. And I can click off here, maybe snap to other geometry. Now go to 0.10. Done. Okay. Now, remember our linking. We said link line work with points. Now, this is not a two-way link. So if I select this line and just get the grips on it, this polyline, and if I drag this grip down here, nothing happens, right? But if I select this point and I get on that little grip and I just move this point down here, update coordinates for modified point, yes. Notice it put the line with it. Okay, because it knew that that point changed. You know, and you can do that with points, adjust coordinates, move points. I'm going to select the point and move it up here. Notice the line goes with it. So you can move that with that command, or you can select it and grab the grip that's in the middle of the point and move it somewhere else. Okay, so that pulls the line, but when you change the line by grips, it doesn't pull the points. It only works if the points move. Now that is Carlson configure, general settings. That's link line work with points. The second option that is on the right. Okay. So now, the reason that's important, again, particularly for surveyors, is this. I was explaining this to a surveying company I was teaching down in Charlotte, North Carolina, once years ago. And they had all of these survey staff were in the training room. And I showed that, explained that to them how that worked. And the survey manager was in the class and goes, "Oh my gosh, I want everybody right now, get up and go back to your office and check on your computer and see what that is set to and come back and tell me." So they did, they came back, some had it on, some had it off, okay? And the reason why, there was another case too, by the way. Carlson configuring, it used to work, they've changed this behavior, but in those days, this link points with coordinate file, that used to be, if that was off, if you moved a point in the drawing, it left the coordinate file alone, it didn't update it. Now it always prompts you, regardless of what that setting is for, because it wants to know whether you intend to change the value that's in the coordinate file, or if you're just moving it for what's showing in the drawing. Okay, so here's what happened. Was the guy says, "Oh my gosh, that explains the last lawsuit we had." I said, "Well, we got some people that, like, you get a whole bunch of points around a corner, right? And they're all on top of each other and they want to get them out of the way. And so they were just dragging, they were just taking this thing and just shoving it up out of the way. This did not come up. The linking was turned off for some of them. You know, so now if I said no, it's going to, you see point number 4 is now different from the coordinate file. So it recognizes that. Now I'm going to fix that. I can either just redraw point 4, or I can go back to my point utilities and I'm going to update my drawing from my coordinate file. I'll say okay. But now 4 went back. And so what was happening, they get a whole bunch of points, and guys were used to that were working on these, they would grab those points and just sort of shove them out of the way a little bit so they could see, closer into some other stuff, because they were thinking that those points were going to stay safe in the coordinate file. But if they had linking on when the point was drawn, then when they moved it on the screen, it automatically updated that coordinate file without telling you anything. So one person might have worked on the drawing and they drew the points and they had the linking on. Somebody else might have worked on the drawing later who didn't have linking on and didn't think it was linked. And so, these points are having different values, one in the drawing and one in the coordinate file. And so if that linking's on, it starts to pull lines with it. And it's got those labels, the bearings and distances. And you, as you can see, if you move that point that's used for the corner, it's going to actually change that boundary on that property line. And that's the trouble they got into. So be aware of what those linkings do and decide whether you want them on or off.
You can.
That's how that works. Everybody got a handle on that?
Yep.
Back to points, move point attribute with leader.
Uh-huh.
Pretty simple. How do you undo that if you've done it?
Oh, yeah, good.
Some points with these long leaders and I wanted to get rid of them and go back to the original. How do I?
Sure, absolutely. So, sorry. Let me go to move point with leader. There we go. So if I've got a bunch of these that I've done, and I want to turn those back,
Correct.
you run the command again, move point attributes with leader. Now look at the options down below where it says restore,
That's it. Yep.
and just click them. I guess you have to do restore individually.
Yep. Look at that. It works. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now that's one way. Here's another something. Let's say I do that same command. Move leader. All right, so I can do that restore, or you can just simply draw locate points. I'm going to just redraw point 3. Oh, it used to, if you redrew the point, it would reset that, but apparently it honors where you moved it now. That's good to know. Good that they do that. So yeah, there's your solution. Move with leader, restore, pop it back. Okay.
Cool. Yep.
And the same, let's see, if I move, say the elevation over here, and I put the point number down here, I'm just moving individual attributes. Now, if I move attributes with leader, restore, I don't know if this will do this or not. Yep, it does it there too. Put it right back where it was. And I also think if you move these individually, now I think if you draw that point 3 again, I think it will reset it. Yeah. So that does, with or without the leader, it will reset it. Okay. So if you have moved them with the leader, it remembers it and honors it if you redraw the point. And you can do it with a restore, you can put it back, or you can also you can do it this way too. If you select this and move it down now, what this is if I select that point, I see it's a group. There's 3 entities. There's a block reference. There's 2 blocks in that group, and there is an AutoCAD point. So it's the point itself, and it's the block, 2 blocks, one of which is the symbol. The other is these group of attributes, the number, elevation, and description. So if I select that and just erase it, get it gone. Okay. And now if I redraw that point, I'm going to draw, locate points. I'll put point 3. I think that would go back. Yeah, that goes back to the original, but I'm going to need to clear this. Get rid of this guy. So any of those ways would do that. And now I think, I'll make sure that, yeah, oops, sorry, undo that. I'm wondering if, yeah, so now because I drew that point after I drew this line, it wasn't drawn to the point. So I'm going to actually put it up here to oops. Turn on a setting here. Or not, it's not. No. So now if I move this grid, it's not finding that. Let me see. Oh, that's disappointing. I don't know why that's not working anymore. That's something they broke in the last update. Used to be a way it would snap to that point. So let's see. Yeah, because I redrew this point after I had drawn this line with points. Used to be, shoot,
What setting do I have wrong? When I click my point, I just get one box with one grip.
okay, you're an AutoCAD. Sorry, there's a setting. I forgot all about that. So if I select, say, this point, you don't see these three grips. You see a box around them.
Correct.
And that's called grouping. And that's going to be if you right click and choose options.
Okay.
And that's going to now come up and you're going to want to go to the selection tab.
Okay.
Where it says object grouping.
Yeah, it is checked.
So,
Uncheck it.
yeah, that might work. Let me, yeah, try. Hold on a second. Let me see if I have. Yeah, I've got group point entities.
Yeah, that did it.
All right, so, but why is mine? Mine's still grouped, but it's not.
I've got 6 grips now. I got more grips than I know what to do with.
Yeah, let's see, it's also on options and it's in see selections, show grips.
Yes.
Make sure you're not showing, when you show grips within blocks or not.
So I was right click options.
Yeah, and selection tab.
Okay.
You're gonna want to make sure show grips within blocks is not checked. Yours is probably not. It used to be this object grouping would turn it on and off. I think they've changed that behavior. I've got a slightly newer version of both Carlson and AutoCAD than you guys are probably using. Let's see if there's other. Could be on that. Selection. Let's see here. Yeah, it should be that, but why is mine? Yeah, I still get this. See if I've got. There's something about this, I can't remember. Something about enabling grips inside the block. And it's do that. If I look at the button grip colors, show grips. I do not see. If that turned it off for you, that's the answer for you. I don't know why mine's not doing it unless this newer version, they may have fixed that. Where it doesn't come that way automatically. If there's a setting somewhere, but see, this allows you to just grip edit these attributes. Well, not sure if that fixed it for you, then
Yeah, that was it.
okay. Now there's another setting too. If you go to the settings menu, down here, the point object snap on and off. Choose that, and if it says point object snap is off, go back and choose it again so it's on. And that's a snap mode that it's a Carlson snap, and it has nothing to do with the AutoCAD snaps, because a lot of times when you are drawing polylines, for instance, if you want to go from say point 13 to point 2, a lot of times people will turn on the node snap and they'll try to snap to that point, but because these symbols are actual drawn symbols, you can actually pick up geometry on the symbol. So you might think you're over the point and you're slightly off, like you're having an endpoint. So if you have that setting turned on, that point snap, if you just hover over one of the attributes of the point, you should see a circle pop up over the point. See if it's going to work that way here. If I go to settings, point object snap on. So now I don't know why it's not working. But if you hover the mouse, you should see a marker show up where the point is. Make sure I've got it. There's a point there. Yeah, so there's the actual point. Point object snap is on. There it is. Now you see if I hover over that CHRB 16, you see that little blue marker. So that lets me grab that point. It's just as if I typed the point number. Well, it seems to be working now.
And let's say all my point symbols are circles right now. How do I just real quickly change them all to X's or crosses?
Okay. If you want those to be a different symbol, there's several ways you can do that. You can just simply redraw all the points You go to draw all of the points and change the symbol
Here's a
here,
big one.
Oh, okay.
and you choose the set button. There you go, you choose points and then choose this circle.
I think we might need a vehicle. I'm in training right now.
That did it, yep, draw all, got it. Okay.
That's one way to do it.
Okay.
The other way is, let me go back.
Just gotta pick Cohen up. Mom will be home soon. I think we'll be okay.
Lock points.
Check with her.
If not, I'll ride with him.
Not lock, I'm looking for, if I do this, I want to read side with, let me see, it might be. Do that, but, think just draw, as if I don't think I can edit a group of points. If I go to point utilities, yet, see, there's something here. That may be the best way. And you can do it like on just a few of them individually. If you just double click the point, that's going to bring up this editor. In which case you can go to symbol and then change it there. But that's one at a time. If you choose edit points, see, it brings it up, but you don't have a field for the symbol. So yeah, probably best to just, if it's just a few, double click it and change it in that tab, or just redraw the points. So it redraws it with the new symbol. That's probably the easiest and best way to do it. Now, there's a couple of other things too to point out with these. Some people like to do this. You go to the points menu and go down to the point utilities. And come down here where it says trim by point symbol. It says select the Carlson point symbols to trim again. So I'm going to choose that circle. I hit enter to finish that selection, and it trims that line out. Now, what's happened is it's actually broken that line. Okay, so it's now 3 different lines. It actually did a trim. Okay. So I'm going to put that back. Now there's a way around that. If you double click that, you use this symbol instead of this SVT2 out of points. There's another category called points with wipeouts. So I'm going to use this SVT4 and say OK. And that, you see, now this is a wipeout frame. If I turn my wipeout frame off and then regen the drawing, you see it doesn't display that frame, but that's really, and when I select this guy now, if I turn my wipeout thing back on, so now if I get doesn't separate it as something else, but anyway, so that's a way to do it. And when you select this, you see it's still there. Whole goes to the corner. Now, you can also, when you get these done, sometimes if you work on a point or something, or if you work on the line, it's going to wind up sitting over top of it. You're going to say, well, I trimmed that off. I don't know why is it not showing, and that's just because this has been set. I select it, I choose right mouse, get the menu up, and there's a choice called draw order. And I brought it to the front, so it's sitting higher than that wipeout. So if I put it in the back, now the wipeout is above it, so that'll hide it. Okay. So I would recommend not trimming out your line work to match those. I would use those wipeouts, because that way your line work stays intact. Okay. Now, you can save this drawing if you like. And we're going to see everything was done. There, we're going to talk about some points and groups. So when we come back, we're going to need to take a little break here. When we come back, we're going to finish up the point groups, and we're going to learn a little bit more about Carlson points and what they actually are, and how to sort of keep track of those, and how they compare between a drawing and a coordinate file. Okay, so let's come back at about 10 till the hour. I'll give us 10 minutes, 9 minutes or so, and then we'll finish up, kind of running into home base, sliding into home at 4:30.
Slide in at home at 4:30.
Yeah.
All righty.
All right. So I'm going to pause the recording again. So anyway, we should be good to go right now, right? Everybody good? Can everybody see this? See my screen now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, good. All righty. So what we're going to talk about are points and point groups. So generally, as a surveyor, you know what a point is. You know, it's something you go out and observe in the field. It's a coordinate. It's got northing, easting, or X and Y, or naked Y and X, and an elevation or a Z coordinate value. And that's where it lives in space. So here's something to consider. When you have a drawn polyline, let's say like this guy right here, and you see it's got these little grips around here. If I hover in each grip, I look down here at the bottom at my coordinates, I see that that's at negative 385.7857. I'm comma 784.1244 comma 0. Also 0 elevation. I'm just hovering in the grip. 0, 0. Now I come to this one and you see its elevation is 101.35, which matches what that point is, because we've been, and there's a case here. Let's see, that's 105.862, and I see that's 0.8625. It's what the actual coordinate is, 2481. So, you know, it's jumped to these same coordinates when I snap to those particular points. Let's see, one thing I wanted to, let's back on. Let's see something. Got that to work a minute. Yeah, see now it's, you know what? It's only working if I hover over the point number. No, that's not right. Yeah, I think they've broken that point snapping in this new release that I've got. So I have to let them know about that. Anyway, so in any case, when we take a look at this line, for instance, this polyline that I did, I drew some points out here in space, and then I went through these point numbers, and I drew a couple of other points out here just in space, and I went through this point number. Now, the question might be, are there points in this figure? That's what we're asking here, this polyline. It has actual vertices. There's a vertex at each one of these corners at A, B, C, and D. But are there any points at those locations? That's this question here. And so if you're only considering that one standard CAD polyline, there aren't any actual point entities there. Although, you know, they do have a vertex location and you can grab the grip and move it, but there's no point that's there. So to have points at those locations using CAD tools, you have to use a point command. And then when you're prompted, you snap to the endpoints of each of those and you drop a point, you drop a CAD point, okay? But when we're talking about points with Carlson points, we're talking about COGO points or coordinate geometry points. And those are actual entities that exist in the drawing, and they consist of two things. There is an actual CAD point, which by default is a dot. And then there is this example here that's two blocks. There's a drawn symbol, that's one graphic block. And then there's this block of these three pieces of text. Those are called attributes. And there's a point number, elevation, and description. Okay. And it also has, if it's a Carlson point object, it not only has those two blocks, but it also has one of these Carlson points sitting right at the insertion point of that graphic block right there too. So it takes care of putting those down on all of those. And so you can see here's another Carlson point, but it has that AutoCAD point turned off so you don't see it. But here it is with the AutoCAD point showing, and the point mode has been set to draw it as an X instead of a dot like you saw up here, you know, in this upper part. So a Carlson point has an AutoCAD point entity, and it has a graphic block as the symbol, if you've chosen to draw symbols, and it has these three pieces of text, which are the point number, elevation, and description. And notice they can be different colors and different layers, or those three layers are all different, and they can be all the same color like you see down here. But there's all kinds of variations that you can do on that. But the key is, and once you have points and you store them in a coordinate file as you're working, so what's really useful about those is that most of the Carlson commands that we use are going to say, like an AutoCAD command might say, pick a point. And it wants you to click a point on the screen or snap to something else on the screen or type in a coordinate value. And that's the way it gets its points. The Carlson commands say that same thing, pick a point or point number. So it knows to look for those point numbers that are in your coordinate files. And you can also use ranges like 5-13, 21-25, or just individuals, 30, 35. And it was in response to a prompt that asks us to tell the command which points to use, okay? And you can even put in this entire thing at one time, and it would go from 5 to 13, jump to 21, go to 25, jump to 30, jump to 35, all in one swoop. So if we, as an example, I'm going to go from, say, 11 to 13. I'm going to draw a polyline. I'm going to say 11 to 13, comma, 15 to 18, comma, 20, comma, 22. So see, it took what I just told it up here with this string. It said draw from points 11, 12, and 13, then go to 15, 16, 17, 18, then go to 20, and go to 22. And that's what you see, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 22. So that's why we like to use Carlson points when we can to start creating our geometry. Okay, so if we have something like this, turn on my little, I'm gonna draw a little house here. And see, I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna snap that perpendicular to, oops. What I'm gonna do is this, one, two. There it goes. Now I'm at the point. So now, one of the things that you can do at this point, let's say you've got to draw a figure, say we're going to go from the telephone pole. Let's say number 15 is a power pole. And so I'm going to draw from say point 15. Now I can just go up here and say snap to that endpoint, and that's done. Yeah. Or I could also put a point on that corner and then go to that point number. So if I go to points, draw, locate points, and I'm going to create a new one this time. And I'm just going to come down here and say screen pick. And I'm going to go to this endpoint. And that's going to have an elevation. I'll leave it as 0. It wants to know a description. I'll call it house corner. Up, house. I'll get there. Hang on. House corner. Okay, so you can now then draw your power line, say from 15, 15, not common, or not dash, but 15, 24, be done. So that did the same thing, but it went from this point number to this point number. And then you could freeze that point number off or even erase it later if you wanted. Okay. Now the other thing is, let's say you have to stake out these corners of this house out of the field. And it's all it is a drawing. You don't have any points on it. So you can put points on all of those corners and use them to compute a stakeout. So a quick way of doing that, if you've got some things that are drawn, let's say even if you've got a let's say you had a boundary and you wanted to stake out the corners of this property. So for whatever reason you've got this drawn, maybe you put it in from deeds and you need points on them. So what you can do is on the coordinate geometry menu, we'll switch back to survey. It's called COGO. It's 2 pass points. Down below is a command at the bottom section called create points from entities. So if I choose that command, I'm going to draw points, and this time I'll just use that plus mark. That would be okay. No separate attribute layers necessarily. Let's bring up those. I'll put the points on. Let's put them on points dash STKO2 stakeout. I can label the elevations. If I had them, they'll show up as 0. I can set the elevations based on a terrain model I've built, all kinds of different ways of doing that. They're all going to be set to 0 right now. Point number starting point number 24, and point order would be, let's just say, right to left, it doesn't matter. Same descriptions for all points. So I'm going to put HSECOR. And I'll say, okay, and I'm going to now choose all of these potential things. So polylines is really all I need to have on there for now. I'm going to skip the midpoints and skip the radius points of the arcs, but I won't have any of those. I'm going to draw the new points. I'm going to avoid any duplicates, and I'm going to draw the existing match points if there are. And that means it's, if it finds a point at the same location in the coordinate file, it doesn't even have to be in the drawing grid. So I'm going to avoid the duplicates. And if there are any, I'm going to draw in the one that it matches. So there won't be any. I say, okay, it asks me to select all of these different types of things. So I'm going to select this guy and hit enter. So now I've got all those points that I can use to stake things out. And I'm going to repeat the command. I'm going to right click the mouse and just choose repeat auto points. Same thing, but this time I'm going to say prop point, property point. Say, okay, I'll pick this guy. And now off they go. I've got points now at every location. And I didn't have to do, which I could have done, but I didn't have to say draw locate points, screen pick, and then snap to the endpoints on all of those. I could have done that, but that Kogo command does it for you all at once. Okay. Now, I need to stake out this house, for instance. And I'm going to set up on 15. I'm going to backsite 13, and I'm going to stake out this house, but I can't see some of those points, obviously. So if I, well, actually I can if the house isn't built yet. So I'm going to go to survey. And so let me see if I go to, now I'm going to go to Kogo. The very bottom command, radial stakeout. So I'm going to occupy point number. I'm just going to pick it. $15. I'm going to backsite. In this case, it's 13. I missed it. So I'm just going to list. Choose that. So now there's my occupied, my backsite. So maximum distance, range of points to compute. In this case, that's going to be 23 through 28. 23 through 28. And the right slope distance, these are elevated, these are not, so I'm not going to report those, but they would use those. I'll say okay. And so there it is. So occupy 15, backsite 13, set point 23. So if I'm sitting here looking at that, and you swing it around, so it's going to be greater than 270 to 275. So there you see all those points. And so that lets me do those. And I can save this report or run it out or put it in cut sheet format, that sort of thing. I can then run the command again and say, maybe I've got these back 2 points. What up to there? So, no, let's use point number 1. I'm going to backside now. I'll just type 1, 9, and I'm going to say A, L. You can also select it from the screen, but if I say all, you get all the points. And I say okay. So now it finds, if I sit at 1, look at 9, all of these points as what I need to turn, what angle, horizontal distance, it would see slope if I turned that on, and it gives you those coordinates that you're going to be setting. Notice these are the new ones here, 23 through 28. that we also computed from another setup. So you could have multiple setups and maybe use one to check the other, or you've got one that you can, let's say you can't see one of those for some obstruction, then you could get it from this new setup. Okay. So that's an instance of where using these points and point numbers is really, really helpful and useful to do our work. Okay. So now we have gone through a couple of these commands already. And we did this business here. That's what the file we're in right now. But let's talk about point groups. And point groups, as you can see here in the book, is, you know, you're going to have hundreds or even thousands of points, hard to keep straight in your head, which belong to a property corners, building, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to be able to create point groups and work with those point groups to help us identify certain elements. So what we're going to do next is we're going to open this CAD file called Civil Demo. And we're going to set the coordinate file to exercise 2 point groups CRD. So follow along. I'm going to save this. I'm going to open a file. So file, open. I look in my folder now. Notice my folder has shifted up to Carlson Projects. So I'm going to switch it. I'm going to pull this down and choose data sets, or I'm going to go over down here on the right-hand side and navigate my way to the folder I'm working in. I'm going to find the civil demo and I'm going to say open. And there it is. Okay. Now, when I do that, I see up here at the top of my screen, at the very top, it says civildemo.dwg, but it also says to the left of that coordinate file, none. Because I just opened the file and it does not have a coordinate file that's affiliated with it. So we're going to fix that. We're going to go to the points menu and we're going to set the coordinate file. And the coordinate file we're going to set it to is exercise 2 point groups. And see there's 144 different points in it. And we'll say open. And now they are. Those are the points in that coordinate file. They're not in the drawing yet. Okay. Remember, I can look at points, list points. I'll list all. And you see these points are there. I've got some that have descriptions of BDY because there's a points along the boundary. I've also got a BDY rad point. That's a radius point for curved geometry. I've got some arcs in there. So it also has computed these center points. Now this was all done before from that command we just did from the COGO menu called entities to points. And I saved it off in a file, but it's not in this drawing file. So same thing, edge of pavement points, edge of pavement radius points, buildings, P-core, property corners. So you see the buildings themselves have all the points were computed for the buildings right to the stakeout. So I basically got boundary, BDY, building, BLDG, edge of pavement, EOP, there's no buildings, and then P-core, which is different from boundary. The boundary points are just the ones along this outside boundary. But the property corner points are the ones at the ends of all these little property lines on the interior side as well. Okay. Now, you can do a couple things. You can draw locate points and draw all and dump just a ton of points in your drawings, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you do right now because we got a lot of points there. But let's put these points into groups and see what we can do with those once we have groups. Okay. Let's go to the points menu and choose point group manager. And we're going to get this little box up. And we're gonna go to the button down below and say create. And we're gonna come up here where it says new group, and we're gonna call this group EXT BDY. That's the exterior boundary points. And you could even give it a little description to help you remember what it was later. Doesn't, you don't have to. Now, right now, it's going to, by default, just include everything, which we don't want. So I'm going to uncheck that. Now, you could build a point list. You could type a list in here with dashes and commas, just like we did the drawing. Or you can edit the list and, type these numbers up as well. You can, instead of typing this list, you can choose points that are in the drawing. That's all the ones that say DWG. Now, there are none. So you would find the ones that are in the coordinate file, and you can select. You can choose that. You could choose individual ones. And just control clicking a couple of things. And if you said okay with that, now you see it's 0.6 and then 11, 12, 13. So that built it from that coordinate select. You can pick from the coordinate file inside a circle. So you could draw a circle and make that your limit inside a polyline or along a polyline. Now that's one way you could do it from this outside boundary line. Pick all the points that are along that polyline. You can do it that way. But there's an easier way, because remember when we looked at the list of all points, we had some good commonality on the descriptions. So we're going to come down here and check on description. And we're going to say set from list. Now remember, we're building exterior boundaries. So we're going to set from list, and we're going to find a boundary point. Okay. Now, I only need to select one, and I'll say, okay. So exterior boundary, boundary points, I'll say save. Now, if I look at my exterior boundary, I see all of these points here are the ones that say BDY. Now notice they did not include the radius points of, see, I've got some arcs in here which have calculated center points way out where they are. And there's a couple ways to fix that. You can go back to this exterior boundary and edit it with that button, or just double click it. You get that one that we're editing, and you can change this description. You can now go back and say set from list. You've got that boundary, and you could also pick this one. And so now it gets boundary and boundary radius points. I'll say save, and now I see that they're also included. Okay. So I'm going to go back to this and take that back out. Save it. Now they're off again. But you can do that, just put a comma and another name, or there's a shortcut. You can say anything that starts with a BDY and then ends with anything else. That's that little asterisk. And that can go in the front of this, in between these things, whatever. If I say that now, you see everything that started with BDY, including the radius points, are in there. Okay, so that's one list. If I run that command again, and I'm going to create some others, I'm going to now call this one interior B-core for interior property corners. Uncheck this, go to description, set from list, and those would be all of those P-core points. Save that. So now I've got exterior boundary, I've got interior property corners, and you could do the same thing for the edge of pavement, for all the buildings, and then you could choose to draw this. So let's just leave these two as they are now. Let's maybe take, build one more here and call this one EOP. You can also build this number two ways. We've been doing this with includes, but you can also, if you include all, you could then go to the exclude, and you can exclude with this number of ways. By description, you can say exclude boundary, boundary radius point and building, and we have P4. So P4. Now notice I did not choose EOP or EOP radius point. I selected everything but excluded these. And so now you see they're all EOP and EOP radius points because I excluded everything else. So any way that you choose to do that is fine, it doesn't matter. And when you're done with that, you can say okay. But notice there's all of these commands inside this little box on this little menu. Create, edit, delete, copy. You've got all these down here, and you've got individual points where you can choose to draw them into the drawing, erase them from the drawing, erase them from the coordinate file and the drawing. You can report on them, highlight, isolate, freeze, thaw, etc., etc., etc. Renumber them. You can export them out to a different file, etc. These are all things that you can do right here from in this manager. You can also do just from the points commands themselves. So we'll say okay to that. We now have 3 groups. So how do those come into play? Well, almost anything that asks for points, like points, list points. Remember, I've just been hitting this button that says all. But notice there's a point group. And I want to list, say, my interior property corners and my exterior boundary. I'll say okay. I'll say okay. And now I've got P-core and boundary. So I've limited it to just what's in those groups. And you can see how you can use those. You can say maybe you make a group for each of the party chiefs that comes in with a bunch of points, so you know who created the point. Or you can group them by the day that you were in the field. You can give it a date as your group name. So any number of things that can help you organize this information. So now, but here's the really cool trick. Remember I said you could locate these points too, and I'm going to choose that circle, and I'm going to draw not all, but draw a point group, and I'm just going to put the exterior boundary points on. Okay, and there they are. Okay. Now, instead of as many times as I go about changing this, that's a great candidate for me to go ahead and create that and save it in a drawing template. But so now what you could do, because this is on a layer called points, but these attributes are actually on 3 separate layers. One is called point mark. That's the symbol. The point number, the point elevation, and the point description. So if I choose description, elevation, and let's just turn those 2 things off, I freeze those layers. So now I'm left with just the point numbers, or I could even turn the point number off and freeze that layer. And so now I've basically drawn little circles at all my property corners because I had points there as well. Okay. Now they still have, if I double click this, you see it still has that symbol, and it still has down here these descriptions, but I froze the layers that description and the elevation were on. And so that's one way. Now let's take those back out. I'll show you another one. I'm going to erase the points. I'm going to go down at the bottom of my screen. I'm going to choose from the screen. Select the entities. I'm just going to say ALL for all. So all the points in my drawing I've now selected and hit enter. Now it asks you, do you want to delete them from the coordinate file? No, I don't. I want to keep them there. And now delete the symbols or the attributes of both. So I'm going to take them both out. Now they're gone. And these layers now I can turn back. I can install those back on description, elevation, point number. But there's nothing to show. Okay. So now that you've got these points, and again, you've got the building corners, so you could, just compute your stakeout, for instance. Where you stake out, we're going to stake out all the buildings, and you would, whatever occupied and backside, and then the range of points to compute. This one doesn't ask us for a group. All right, so sorry, that one there, I was going to say you would have to know what the point ranges are in there for that one. But here's the really handy thing that I found. Like if I've got a boundary that I'm happy with, and you see I've got, there's an arc here. But you see these these points here are going to go to the ends of this line. But this outside boundary only has a point here and over here. Okay. It doesn't have the end of this white line. And there's also a white line that's missing in here that we would use to, we would draw that lot line back in. But I want the points along that outside boundary plus all of these little endpoints of these lines as well. Now, here is a neat little way to draw those points. So this is going up to this is my lot lines layer. So I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. I'm going to uncheck use current, and I'm going to put it on the layer I'm going to pick one of those lot lines. And I'm going to say, okay. Now I want to split these. I want to split this big lot into two individual lots. Now just graphically, I know, and to be fair, I'm going to go halfway from this point to this point, and halfway from this point to this point, and draw those two lines in. There's a number of other ways, and I know you're probably already thinking about sliding side area and radial side area, and those commands are available on the Koga menu as part of your software, part of your surveying software. But I don't really know the target area of what I'm going to. I just want to split that evenly. I could do a number of things. I could break this big purple arc, which goes from like up in here all the way around to here. I can break it at that line end so that that's a single arc, and then I could snap to the midpoint. Right now, if I snap to the midpoint, it's way up here because it goes from end to middle to end. Okay, so I can't really find that along this line unless I break it at that point. So I'm not going to do that though. I'm going to do another little trick here, and it's asking me for a pick a point or a point number. So I'm going to pick the point that is halfway between this point and this point. That's called mid between two points. And if I look at any of these snaps up here, I don't really think it's up here. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. So that's not on this toolbar, but I'm going to go down here to the bottom where my snaps are, my entity snap setting. I'm going to right click it and get this temporary menu to come up. And I'm going to say mid between 2 points. So when I choose that, it now asks me the first point. I'm going to say the end of this line. Now the second point, so the end of that line. So see, it starts right in that midpoint. Now it's not on this line, but we'll fix that in a minute. So I'm going to go back to another mid between 2 points. I can do it the same way, or I can hold the shift key and right click the mouse and choose mid between 2 points. And if I choose that, I'm going to get the end of that purple line and into that white line. And now there it is. It's lined up the way it needs to go, but I need to adjust the ends of it. So what I want to do is I want to trim the end of that off with this, and I want to extend the end of this up to this white line. Because I went from the end of this purple line to the end of this white line. So I need to extend that up to there and trim it back to here. I don't want to move it. I want to do a trim and extend. So I'm going to select this line, that's my cutting edge. And I'm also, I'm going to use that to trim with. So I'm going to say right click, trim. Since I already cut that, selected that, it says now select the entity to trim. And I would do that right there. And then I would come up and select this one. Right click and choose extend. And I would click that. Now, I'm going to undo that twice. There's a shortcut way to that as well. If you select both cutting edges, pick one, pick the other, and now choose right click, trim. Notice it says select the entity to trim or shift select to extend. So I want to trim this part. So I'm going to trim that. And now I want to extend this. So I'm going to hold the shift key and pick it. And that now is extended up to here. Now, we need to create 2 points on this entity. All these others have points on them, possibly, I don't know, but this is a new line and it's just line work. We don't have a point computed for it. So I'm going to go to Kogo. I'm going to say create points from entities, although really I can just draw, locate, and snap that point there. And I'm going to come up here to the top and I'm going to uncheck draw points. I'm just going to add these 2 points into my coordinate file right now. And right now it's asking me for starting point number is 145. I'm going to make that point number 301, just so you can see what happens to it here in a minute. And I'm going to call this description PCOR. That's important. And so go say top to bottom. I'll say okay. Polylines and lines, that's fine. I'll say okay. And oops. Not draw. Okay, choose okay. Avoid duplicates, draw new points. No, I'm going to uncheck draw new points. And I say okay. I'm going to now pick this point, hit enter. And it says down here, created 2 points and avoided 0 duplicates. Right, so they're not shown in the drawing. But if I go back to my points and I list my points, remember I can look at my group. So I do my point group of my interior property corners, and I scroll this list down. 301 and 302 are automatically included because PCOR points got included in this group. So that group maintains itself as these points are done. Now, for the fun stuff, let's go to the points menu and draw locate points. And let's choose a circle for our symbol. In fact, I'm going to choose points with wipeout. So SPT4 underbar W. I'm going to set my symbol size up to a 10th. So now remember, it's going to put that wipeout behind it. But here's the difference. I'm not going to draw the descriptions. I'm not going to draw the elevation. And I'm not going to draw my point numbers. I'm going to draw a group. And the group I want to draw is interior property corners and exterior boundary. Now that's going to also draw these radius points, so I'll have to go and find them to get really out of my drawing. But I'm going to say okay. Now you notice, not only did it pick up the points along the corners of this purple line, all of the vertex points there, you see that? But it also grabbed these because that was part of that same group that we chose. I've also got a radius point here, and a radius point here. And I can delete. Oh, excuse me, folks. So I'm going to delete those. Now, it may look like all that I've done, and I'm going to turn off my wipeout frame. Just so they're not showing. I'm going to type REA to regen all. So it looks like I've broken all the line work at the symbol. And it looks like all I've done is drawn circles at the ends of all of these particular property corners. And maybe maybe that's what you wanted to do. Oh, see, it missed a point right there. You see, there's another way I can tell that there was no point created for that one, which should be a P-core. So I could, go back and put one on there, but assume that was there. So I've got all of these property corners are now showing as if I had just drawn, my iron pin set or whatever. I don't have point numbers, elevations, and descriptions that I have to go and freeze off, but they are still there. These are actual points. They're not just symbols. So if I double click, say this corner point, so it's going to edit that point and it says, okay, that's point number 5. And it has no label for elevations and it has a coordinate file description, but there is no drawing description. Okay. It still is point number 5. Same thing if I double click this one, that should be 302. And there it is, 302. Okay, so those are actually still coordinate points. But it looks like all I did was just, drop a circle on each of those. Which you can also do if you just draw symbols, insert symbols. Do that same thing, put them on a particular layer. Let's call these equal for a layer. No attributes. I want to worry. Symbols, erase existing. Yes, no prompt. Set a scale. Now that's in drawing units. So number of feet. But then when it does that, it's going to ask you to pick a point number. So now you'd have to type in numbers and range. You can't use the group for that. But when it drops the symbol down, it's just a symbol, and it's not a point that I would get like I get when I double click these. You can see that at 0.8. Okay. So get a sense of what you might use these for, and there's any number of ways. Like I said, you could make a group and assign it to a group, and individual points can belong to more than one group. You might even add, let's go back to the points manager, and for our property corners, let's just create another. I'm just going to call it prop corners all. I'm going to unclick include. I'm going to choose my BDY, but not the radius points. And I'm going to scroll down here and find P core, and I'm going to control click and say save. So now all of my property corners, which includes all of these BDY points and all the P core points, but without the radius points. And I could have now done that instead of what I did and erase the other two. Okay. And then that, there's your monumentation done for your subdivision, with the exception of that corner right there that you can fix. Okay. See how all that stuff works? Any questions on that stuff? They got if not a complete mastery, at least a familiarity and a sense of what you can start doing with these points and point groups. Everybody good with those? Any questions?
No, it was helpful. Thank you.
Good, absolutely. Okay, so that sort of wraps that part up on the point groups and group manager. And then tomorrow when we start, we're going to need to hit this terrain modeling a little bit. So what I'd like you to do, if you get a chance, is before we start, now don't do it tonight. You need to go home and have a nice glass of scotch and a cigar on the porch or something and relax and let your brain settle down. But about a half hour before class starts, now Jeff, you'll be excused. You don't have to get up a half hour. Start reading at 5:30. But get a chance, if you get a chance, read over these pages, starting on page 18, where it talks about terrain modeling. There's a little background, some basics here. And take a note of this little tip with the light bulb here. If it's an edge on the ground, we need to make an edge in the model. That's talking about break lines. And there's some pictures that illustrate some things. And then there's this modeling process on how it gets built. And I would say, read that through to the start of the exercises and not deeply, just sort of look at some highlights and get an idea. Now, we're going to go through all this stuff and what we'll talk about in the morning, but I don't want to dwell too deeply on it. I want you to be a little bit familiar with what we're going to be talking about, what break lines are. And you guys may already know all that kind of stuff too. So do that. And then we're going to look at some real data with this file. Here it's an actual photogrammetry file. It's got a bunch of points and a bunch of break lines, and it's generated contours, and there's all kinds of stuff that we can do with that. You can see some of those things are drawn at elevation, some are down here at 0. So get a sense how we work with that. But again, most of this stuff in this terrain modeling thing, surface evaluation, we're going to see as we run through it. I'm not going to go into terrible depth, and I'm not going to go through this putting it all together workflow bit. That'll be a good exercise for you to conclude as you start to learn your stuff, to go back and run through it on your own. Okay. It's a nice little exercise on doing a number of different things. And here's like stockpile volume computations and building a borrow pit, modeling the stockpile, modeling the borrow pit, and then creating a road to come up into the borrow pit, setting the profile like this, and then tying that surface into this other surface and having it all tie in together. And you can sort of see here like a road that comes up, it's sort of flat, it's crowned in the middle, and it comes into this, and it lands here on the flat part of this borrow pit. It's down contour, so it cuts through that berm and it comes in there. So it's basically we had starting at this point to this point, and we put some vertical curves in, and there's that berm right there that we cut through to come into the borrow pit. So it's a nice little exercise to do it. I don't really have time to go through that. That's usually what we spend 2 days on doing in the fundamentals class, because after that, then we're going to start, and we're just going to go through kind of briefly on that stuff. Certainly will be done before lunch. And then we'll finish up with this raw file processing and adjustments. We'll hit that pretty somewhat lightly. I'm going to say SurvNet processing I'll leave to you, but I want to go over some field to finish. Again, it'll be an introduction. There's not much time to go terribly deep on that, but I want you to see the advantages of it. And then these deed processing tools, those are some really excellent tools that a lot of the property surveyors are going to need to use that.
Ken, are you going to cover that deed reader tool?
Yeah, I will, and it's right in here. We have a little couple. We'll give that a try. I'm going to tell you.
Just really curious about it. We get a lot of deeds, and it sure would be nice to automate some of it.
Well, you can. Here's what I'm going to tell you about it, though, just to go away with or to take away is that you can set all this stuff up so that it triggers on certain keywords like beginning at or thence with and the line and curves and M's and S's and E's and W's and all of those different things. And so, and here's an example like this property description was taken out of the deed and it was just a text file, maybe a word file, I don't know what we did, dumped into here, and that's what we started with. And then we run down here and it says, okay, here while reading line at position line 4, column 39, it read the word, let's see, line 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it found, I can't go to the side of it here, but it found the word line, and it found the line prefix with the value of thence. So it found this thence through the land dot. And it's searching for distance and bearing. And so it tells you, it reports to you everything it finds, and then it puts it in the display down here. Okay. Now, what happens is, and why it's not as good a tool, it sounds a lot cooler than it is, because these are so touchy. You have to have these exactly right. And if somebody writes a description and you know, doesn't, and they leave a space out, or they put 2 spaces in, or they use a degree symbol in one descriptive part, and then they change it to write out DEGREES, you have to go and keep tweaking all these settings. And you, by the time you're done trying to tweak down to every last possible contingency, you could have typed the darn thing in, you know, 10 times. So I'll show you that and see how, and maybe that'll, I don't even know if the settings are there, if they'll work or not. We'll take it and see. But then here's the part where we actually type in the deed from a description. And you can see how that's going to work. And then we're going to use that to figure out this. There's a deed correlation tool that's really, really useful. And we'll choose that and see how that works. So that's going to help you resolve some of your field points against your deed points to see which ones might be the best ones to use. Okay. And then I hope we'll have time for a little LotNet demonstration. We won't have time to get too deeply in it, but you can see we're going to start with a file like this. And that's all we have. And we're going to put in some numbers and say, all right, I want lots every so many acres and whatever else. And it's going to generate this entire drawing automatically, including the house footprints, lot numbers, the labels for the areas, all of the bearings and distances along the cause, and even put in, you can, you know, it's too fuzzy to read on this PDF, but you know, like here's a C4, C5, whatever they have to be. So it puts curved in and builds a curved table and a line table for things that are too short to hold those. And then once you're done there, you can say, select one of these. See this line that comes down here and it hits this back property line, but not on the corner, because it's trying to make sure they're exactly 10,000 foot. So you can adjust this line to say, go to that corner. And then if you wanted to still make those 10,000 feet, you can do a swinging side area cutoff. So you hold that point at this new location and it will swing it around until it cuts off exactly what target area you're looking for. But you see, it draws all of the setback lines, it draws the property lines, it draws the right of way, it draws the center, or the center line was already drawn. It generates all of this stuff completely automatically. And it's editable, you know, with certain tools. I'm just afraid we're not going to get the time to go into that very deeply. There's some really good YouTube videos on it. This part in the manual is not terribly extensive because it says, let's see. It tells you what numbers you put in, choose this, choose that, assign center line, etc. And then explore some other tools. And then we talked somewhere in here, it says we're going to go over it in class. We'll generate all that stuff in class. So, we'll try to get started as quickly as we can on the second half of the stuff so we can get to some of these really nice surveying tools. Okay? Any,
All right.
any questions there? Now, by the way, at the end of the class, I will be generating and sending each of you all certificates with your PDH credits on them. So Jim, I think I heard you telling somebody about getting, you needing them at one point. It might have been on your phone call. But this is usually you're going to get, you know, normally you get 13 total because it's 6.5 hours of each day. But today you're over a bit, so I'm going to give you 7 hours for today. So you might get
Access the recording?
pardon?
How do we access the recording of the?
Yeah. Right. So it was what I was also going to say. When day 2 is finished, I'll get the recordings. Now they're being recorded in the cloud, so I'll get them down after that. At which point I'm going to trim off the, you know, the wait time up front and process them there. And I'm going to, then I post them up to my Carlson, what do you call it? My Carlson playlist, or not my playlist, but
Cool.
it's on YouTube. And then I'll send you all links. Now they're unlisted, so other people can't see it. It's only going to be for the people that take the class, and you'll have access to those. You get a link to go to YouTube and see those.
Great.
They just stay up there, and then you use them anytime you like. Okay.
Yep.
So that's what we'll do. I'll see everybody at 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. And like I said, if you can look over just briefly that page 18 or so about some surface stuff to sort of get a sense of it. Because we're not going to spend a lot of time on it, but you do need to know some of those tools. Okay.
All right. Thank you. See
All
y'all
right.
tomorrow.
Sounds grand. We'll stop our recording.
All right. Have a good evening.